their names will still be recorded as present. When you are going to record those who were present, their names will be recorded. But they cannot say, we are voting, but we are walking out. No. The time that they were saying they were voting was not time for voting. So, Mr. Speaker, I want the House to consider this and amend the committee's report to indicate that the decision was by consensus, so that they do not take more of our time. Mr. Speaker, most importantly on the nominee, for me, I'm wondering why our colleagues are even doing what they are doing. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is very clear by Article 146 of the Constitution where the President is mandated, if there's petition, to remove a Chief Justice or otherwise, the proper procedure was followed to the end. And if you have a challenge to that, it is not on the floor of Parliament that you come and challenge that. Mr. Speaker, the nominee, if you look at his experience, you and I, Mr. Speaker, with all humility, were members of the Appointments Committee when we vetted him in 2008. I was a backbencher member of the Appointments Committee, and he's been there for 17 years. Mr. Speaker, if you look at his impeccable records, you will be wondering why has he not been Chief Justice long ago. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is one person that has run his career through almost all the government. He got to the bench through President Rawlings, as indicated by even the committee's report. He got to the High Court through President Rawlings. Then, through President Kufuor, he went to the Appeals Court and the Supreme Court. And he's one of the very experienced persons that we have. If you look at his experience, if you look at the things that he's been able to do, even academically, and you wonder why he was not even made a Chief Justice earlier. But like we said, everybody marks his time. This is his time. This is the time for Justice Paul Bafuboni. And Mr. Speaker, we must support him and encourage him to be able to give out his best, as he himself had indicated in the record. But Mr. Speaker, I want us to look at the issue of the committee's conclusion, saying that it's by majority decision. Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe it is by... Thank you very much.
Honourable Member, very difficult to accede to your request because you now have to define what voting means. What do you mean by voting? Do you have to use a thumbprint? Can you use your mouth to vote? There are so many ways that you can determine somebody has voted. The report is very clear. It says after the minority leader made his submission, which was preliminary, it stated clearly and is quoted, the minority caucus hereby vote en bloc to reject the nominee. That is at the public hearing. And so, clear indication as to voting. Then, getting to the end of the report, the chairman captured it again, where he says, in conclusion, all the members of the New Patriotic Party minority were opposed to and voted against the nomination of the Chief Justice. That is what we have. And so I'm saying that then you have to define what we mean by vote. Has it got to be a physical indication either by thumb or pen, or could it be by word? And that one, we may have to look at it again. Then he concluded, the chairman, the committee therefore recommends to the House by majority decision. He didn't tell us how the majority came by the decision. And it could be just the discussion there that they agreed that we support the nomination. That will be a decision, and that will be a way of voting. And so once they took that decision and adopted the report, we cannot question that they haven't been voting at the committee level. That is the challenge I have. And so I'll have difficulty in directing that the report of the committee be amended to capture the views that you've expressed. May we now go on to the next person, and that is the Honorable Member for Tampuli Alasan. Tampuli Hassan, your constituency is Bushegu. That is his name here. Yes, please.
I'm sorry, but Speaker, with respect, I submitted the names from the minority, and as far as I can recollect, the next to speak is the Honorable Sami Oku. Speaker, if you may indulge me. That is the list. No, that's the list.
Well, that is what I have here, but when your leader was speaking, he mentioned Tampuli before, but what you actually submitted to me, the third name is Sami Awuku, which is 5 minutes, but in his submission, he mentioned Tampuli first.
I would respect, not to challenge the leader, but we will respectfully require of you that we go by the list. So we will...
So Honorable Sami Awuku,
yes.
5 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
Right Honorable Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to comment on the Appointment Committee's report on the President's nominee for the office of Chief Justice.
Are you contributing to it or you are commenting?
I'm contributing to it, Right Honorable Speaker.
Because the two are different. The two are different. If you are going to comment, I will take note of that. If you say you are going to contribute, then I take note.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm contributing.
You may go on.
Mr. Speaker, I listened to the First Deputy Speaker as he eloquently also touted the achievement of the President's nominee, including his diligence and competence. So, Speaker, this is a sharp departure from a previous position when Justice Bafo Boni was nominated for the office of Supreme Court Judge under President Kufuor. The NDC vehemently opposed it anyway. Mr. Speaker, our position and that of the minority is not premised on personal grounds, but clearly on a matter of principle. So, Speaker, pursuant to Article 1446 of the Constitution, it is clear that the judiciary currently is not leaderless. The acting Chief Justice enjoys the powers of exercising his discretion and also the administration of justice. So, Speaker, what may likely create some genuine crisis in the minds of people will be the invitation of Parliament in helping install a new Chief Justice and the court subsequently, if matters before it are resolved and goes the other way. So, Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, Article 144 mandates the President, and the President's power to also nominate a Chief Justice is not impaired at all, and it's not challenged. The President has exercised that power by nominating Justice Bafo Boni. Parliament's approval function, like all other constitutional powers, must also be exercised consistently with other constitutional provisions, Right Honorable Speaker, including the separation of powers, judicial independence, the sub judice rule, and also respect for pending processes. Right Honorable Speaker, Justice Paul Bafo Boni has less than 2 years to retire. And we respectfully hold the view that this process must also not be rushed. And with all the benefits available to him and the powers available to him as acting Chief Justice, we believe the balance of convenience arguments really can hold sway here. And what is this balance of convenient argument here? If Justice Paul Bafo-Bonny is approved by Parliament today, Right Honourable Speaker, and the ECOWAS Court or Supreme Court decides otherwise, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution does not give direction on how to deal with such matters under such circumstances. Mr. Speaker.
Please, Honourable Member, may you move from that and go to the next topic. You have other issues, go to that.
Right Honourable Speaker, it is our considered position, and we hold the view, and in complete fidelity to the law, that we believe that these processes, we can hold on with it and exhaust the processes. And it's on this basis that we join the House and also call on the House as well to reject the nominee. Thank you.
Honourable Member, thank you so much. You are within your 5 minutes. It was just like some seconds. Thank you so much for being timeous. We now go to the next person, and that is from the majority side, Honourable Dominic Ayine, the Attorney General and Minister for Justice. You, Honourable Minister, you have 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion.
Honourable members, he is not speaking as a backbencher. He is speaking as a middle bencher.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute.
Sorry, yes, Honourable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, you said he is speaking as a middle bencher, but Mr. Speaker, with the agreement we have, middle benchers don't have 10 minutes. Then you have 7 minutes. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm reminded that unless he is speaking on behalf of the leadership, but if the Attorney General is speaking as a middle bencher, he has 7 minutes, not 10 minutes.
Honourable Member, you are right. But what they submitted, I can see they cancelled the Honourable Eric Opoku 10 minutes, and they gave him 7, and rather gave Honourable Dominic Ayine 10 minutes. That's what I have here on the paper. So he is speaking for 10 minutes. Honourable Eric Opoku is giving 7 minutes. That's what they have done. Please.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, in our case, we did indicate that the minority chief whip, that is the ship and the whip, slot was given to Honourable Anyumedu. That was the reason or the basis for his 10 minutes. So if it is the case that one of the leadership from the majority front bench is ceding his position or his allocation to the Attorney General, then they should indicate so. Rather than that, none of the speakers, apart from the leaders, have 10 minutes to speak. So they should put that on the record, so that it will not be the case that leadership will also speak and then...
I have put that on the record. They don't need to do that. So please, let's move on. You have 10 minutes.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the motion for the approval of His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana of the Honourable Justice Paul Bafo-Bonny. Mr. Speaker, I have a preliminary observation to make. As was rightly pointed out by the Honourable Zuwaira Ibrahima, I also, the Honourable Member for Salaga South, I also sat through the entire vetting process and observed, sometimes with consternation, about the conduct that was exhibited at the vetting. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution enshrines the doctrine of the co-equality of the three branches of government: the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. The doctrine of co-equality means also implicitly that the principle of comity, and I'm talking about comity as in C-O-M-I-T-Y, must apply in the relationship amongst the three branches of government. What does comity mean? Comity, Mr. Speaker, simply means courtesy extended towards a person that you respect as a co-equal. Mr. Speaker, on that day...
Honorable Member, you have 10 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Unless you want to tell me...
I will speak within the 10 minutes, Mr.
Honorable
Speaker.
Member, unless you want to tell me that the apology are rendered to the judiciary because of the conduct of some members at the Appointments Committee is not sufficient. Unless that's what you want to tell me, I think that you need to move away from where you are now to another issue. I have done that already on behalf of the whole House. And I did it sitting on this same chair, presiding over this House. So please, don't overstretch that issue again.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I thought rightly that I was adding my voice to your powerful voice about how we conduct ourselves. So I take a cue from you. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House, we have no doubt that the President of the Republic appointed the right person to the position of Chief Justice of the Republic. Mr. Speaker, in line with Article 128, Clause 4 of the Constitution, there are three main criteria for qualification as a Justice of the Superior Court. One is high moral character, proven integrity, and that the person should be not less than 15 years experience as a lawyer. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Chief Justice, the Honorable Paul Bafo-Boni, more than qualifies within the context of Article 128, Clause 4 of the Constitution. He has been a Justice of the Supreme Court or a Justice of the Superior Court for more than 30 years, more than 3 decades. There has been no incident of questionable acts of integrity on his part. Indeed, prior to coming for a vetting, Mr. Speaker, the NIB, or the National Intelligence Bureau, or what we used to call BNI, did background checks on him, and the report came back with a clean bill of health. He is squeaky clean as far as his job as a Justice of the Superior Court is concerned. So there are no questions to be raised when it comes to meeting the constitutional criteria. Mr. Speaker, we all know in this country that our judiciary is at a crossroads, that public trust is fast declining when it comes to the performance of the judiciary. Various studies, empirical studies have shown that that is the case. In that respect, Mr. Speaker, you need an experienced hand to steer the affairs of the judiciary and take us out of that storm. And the right person at this moment in time is no other than the person who has served the judiciary with distinction for over 3 decades. Mr. Speaker, when he answered the questions, you could see he did so with brilliance. You could see he did so from an experienced standpoint, somebody who knows the judiciary outside out, and he is a person who will steer us out of the troubles that we are now facing in terms of the institutional performance of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, what caught my eye as the Attorney General and Minister of Justice on that day was when he was asked a question regarding how he was going to transform the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, I am sure the minority will, do well to listen to what I'm going to say. Mr. Speaker, he gave us 3 cardinal pillars on which he is going to transform the judiciary. He said he is going to introduce rules relating to procedural clarity and flexibility. Second, he is going to introduce efficiency in justice delivery. And third, accountability at all levels of judicial decision making. This is what we need at this point in time in our history. This is what we need for the judiciary to be independent and to perform and deliver justice to the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of pending suits, I am, or let me say my office is, a nominal defendant in all the suits. And I know better, looking at the Constitution and our standing orders, than to comment on pending suits before the courts of justice, whether it is the ECOWAS court or it is our own judiciary. But Mr. Speaker, I want to assure this House and all Ghanaians, our citizens who are listening to us, that nothing untoward, no untoward conduct has emanated from my office. And the minority, with all the experienced lawyers that they have, including but not limited to the Honorable Minority Leader himself, should know that if the Supreme Court comes out with its decision saying that the process of the removal of the Chief Justice was groundless, in other words, there was no ground, there were no, legal grounds for the removal. Mr. Speaker, no, listen to this, If orders are made, the President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has no option but to obey the orders of the court. In fact, if he does not obey, the Constitution says that that is a high crime.
Honorable Minister and Attorney General, this is an area that I've given a directive on. You have to move away from it and let's focus on the matter before the House.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Minority Leader is on his feet, yes.
Speaker, with respect, my respected colleague, the learned Attorney General, made reference to me in his submissions. To the extent that I feel misquoted, I just want to take the opportunity to correct the fact on record. He contends that the minority, with all its lawyers, including me, have misconstrued the matters at the various courts, and goes on to make further submission that should there be any ruling in favor of the plaintiff, Her Ladyship Justice Tokonu, Mr. President would obey. Mr. Speaker, the gravamen of my contention and that of my colleagues is to the effect that the learned Attorney General's office, with the time given to file defense in the suit, has failed to do so. That was the argument of bad faith we raised, that in ECOWAS court there's a time, and if we really want to enrich our constitution and enrich democracy, that when a person appears before court, parties to the suit, however nominal, would make their views known. And Mr. Speaker, the learned Attorney General, by making inference to my submission, again says that he is merely a nominal.
But as nominal as he is the only party the Constitution provides as the one to file a defense. So it was his duty to take issues, traverse the matters, and Mr. Speaker, throughout the period, he did not. And it was the reason why we argued that, look, having failed to do that on time, you've created a certain lacuna, you've created a certain situation that goes against the rights of the respected former Chief Justice. That was the contention. I was not raising any other thing, but rightly saying that if you had failed on time, especially when you were served with all the processes on time, look at the way the injunction application was speedily heard. The substantive matter was pending long before vacation, and even after legal vacation, you didn't file a defense. You later went to the court to file a process for leave for extension of time, to file your process out of time. Meanwhile, we were receiving a nomination. Meanwhile, Parliament was again bound to hear the nominee. This was the argument we made, and it was not to attack the issue before the court. It was the action of your office, and that is why we raised it. So, Leonard Attorney General.
Minority Leader,
yes, Mr. Speaker.
We have heard you.
Very well.
Heard you.
Very well.
Please, I was compelled to give him time because you referred to it, and it's not a matter, as I directed earlier on, that is of concern to the motion that is before the House. So kindly move away from there and then make your submissions. I will definitely, I've taken note of the interjections, and you have enough time to make your submission. Please, you may go on.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. There is a point of correction, and because we are a house of record, Mr. Speaker, I think it is very, very important. The Honorable Minority Leader himself knows very well that the rules of court, CI 16, supplemented by CI 47, the High Court Civil Procedure Rules, accords lawyers the opportunity to apply for extension to file their processes out of time. This is not something strange, and there is nothing sinister in what we have done. So, Mr. Speaker, in rounding up, I wish to employ all of you, my colleagues in this House, that we approve the President's nominee because he is ably and eminently qualified in terms of Article 128, Clause 4 of the Constitution. He is one of the most experienced justices of the Supreme Court that we have, and his experience is definitely needed at this point in time in our history in order to
Honorable Minister, you are timed out. Yes, may we go to the next speaker now, and that is Honorable Tampuli Hassan. You have 7 minutes. Honorable Member, please, I was trying to get the second Deputy Speaker. I just recollected he's on an assignment. So may you kindly give me just 5 minutes. I'll be back, and then you make your submission. Sitting is suspended for 5 minutes.
One tell one now, one blow. One see one now, one control. Bermuda Games 2025 reloaded. This time around, there's a gala competition. Yes, bro. The teams are well represented here. Team XYZ. X Natural Mineral Water. Work Natural Health. Medimosis Clinic and Prostrate Center. Mirasi. Bermuda Games 2025. One pay your boy. Maybe say with the Team XYZ and a war for trophy now. You work X Natural Mineral Water. Another Medimosis Clinic and Prostrate Center. Okay, there. Bermuda Games 2025 reloaded. Obakodo on the 5th of December 2025. Mature Farmers Day. Damadani ya fulfill the holiday. Venue near Mac Downtown Park. Wajokers Nechiwa Labadi. Time near 10 a.m. Pepe. Be your favorite presenters and players. I will show football skill. Mugabe Masi. Yes, my near power ni. Ohin Babwa ma Benny. Okumangra. Mankasaso ki Nicholas Metsiabo Nedu. Onye Ekuku Damana Nebon wo Galeas. Bermuda Games 2025 reloaded. Obeye ho la la.
The average human body mass should have at least 60% water for optimal performance in any physical or mental exercise. We can help you maintain it naturally. X Natural Mineral Water. Simply natural. For bulk purchase, call 0596 273 546 or 0596 273 547. This advert is FDA approved.
Na ede na ya obayi a oda former son yafunu emunumuni.
Oh, Mr. Entry, also yare ya titi be ben fie pi nanso ne yam nyono da. Se me chew no ahodo amato a me hunu hwe a ebe ya nwanwa.
Menyi ni se what ulcer tamfo Haxa capsules any Haxa mixture yanum bom kotia ulcer no bia ma no anom. Anka ne ho ato no dadaada. Ulcer dro de eno ani Haxa capsules any Haxa mixture.
Ankom ni nchiremu.
Ulcer ye kura eto yefunu ene ensunu mu. Etuma wo yefunu ekeka wa. Wogire ho a enyi. Ulcer etumi ema wo ye cheko ebre a wedidi awie. So how eye ulcer de a compare Haxa capsules any Haxa mixture nanum bom na ho ebeto.
Pedudu etu a ko okanshi Drug Lane, Kumasi Dani Herbal, Takradi AA Mensa, Anafre 020-3822-855. Appear for about Tanya Wama on more friend for any more fra when you fear do me no encajon. Haxa capsules and in a mixture.
All Satan for Eddie Aji Edwedi and Kratui Atom.
Hi. Now let me tell you about Safari Valley Eco Resort, the first of its kind in West Africa. Upon your arrival, you are introduced to your butler, who plans your itinerary.
We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park.
So many activities, all in the same premises. Visit the gym or the stables, they have it all. At my break, I'm able to practice my putting.
We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife and how to interact with them.
They used only electric vehicles here. This creates a serene environment. I'm told it's over 1,000 acres. My cabin here sits on 2 acres with a large terrace space overlooking my private swimming pool. Now this is royalty. They have their own farms, thousands of fruit trees. I can also have my lunch here at the waterfall. Quite a beautiful place you have here.
Visit Safari Valley Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
Hi, I'm pleased to introduce to you Cancer Mixture, a herbal mixture for arthritic pain.
Arthritis, me. Cancer Mixture, no, Cancer Mixture, no, Cancer Mixture.
Yerba Biarana Nudruo, Moria, or arthritis, Cancer Mixture, obey your Juma when you put it inside. I'm a place in the grand. And if you do Vienna menu, on your market for your button, a woman, one menu.
fesi baby am from one sanka say nyen susanu body biara ko hu doctor and I report for FDA Med Safety app no do
Enkratui FDA app no do.
The National Petroleum Authority hereby cautions persons engaged in illicit storage and trading of petroleum products to comply with the regulatory requirements to operate in the downstream petroleum industry. The NPA Act clearly stipulates that no individual shall engage in any commercial activity related to the importation, exportation, re-exportation, shipment, transportation, processing, refining, storage, distribution, marketing, or sale of petroleum products in the downstream industry without first obtaining a license from the NPA board. Failure to secure the necessary license and properly regularize operations will result in confiscation of petroleum products, prosecution under the law, and decommissioning of facility. For more information, contact the National Petroleum Authority on 0302 550 380. You can also visit our head office located at Jolu of the N1 Highway or any of our regional offices.
Na ede na ya obeya oda formation ye funu emunumuni.
Oh, Mr. Entry, also yareya titi be benfie pi nanso ne yam nyono da se me chew no ahodo amato a me hunu hwea ebe ya nwanwa.
Minyi ni se what ulcer tamfo Haxa capsules any Haxa mixture yanum bom kotia ulcer no bia ma no anom anka ne ho ato no dadaada ulcer dro de eno ani Haxa capsules any Haxa mixture
ankom ni nchiremu
ulcer ye kura eto ye funu ene ensunu mu etuma wo ye funu ekeka wa wogire ho a enye ulcer etumi ema wo ye cheko ebra wadidi awie so how eye ulcer de a compare Haxa capsules any Haxa mixture nanum bom na ho abeto
pedudu etu a ko okanshi drug lane Kumasi Dani Herbal Takradi AA Mensa Anafre 02038228855 apefo abatanya woma won mofra no fo ene mofra woni mfiedu mienu enka ho Haxa capsules ene ne mixture
ulcer tamfo edie age edwadie nkratoyi yi atom.
The serene environment fits into the goal of the school, which is simply to provide excellent educational foundation for your ward's development before they commence primary education. At first glance, clearly you will see why the school is called Hebron Hills International School, as the building stands tall overlooking town. With a Montessori style, we have experienced and dedicated staff and trained teachers. Our small sizes classrooms are meant to enhance teacher-focused approach where children get one-on-one attention from the teacher. Hello there. We are open at 7:30 a.m. and school closes at 2:30 p.m. After school care is from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., while early drop-off can be arranged at 6 a.m. Hebron Hills International School is located at Midye off the Nsawam Road. Locate us with GP postcode GW0688 GA West and GPS code 06884870. You can contact the school and make further inquiries on 050-876-2375 or call the office directly on 0302-918768. Email us at hebronhills.school@gmail.com. Hebron Hills International School. Excel and shine.
Of Justice Pavaboni for any president. Listen to me. Mr. Speaker, we are not opposed for any personal reasons. We are opposed to his nomination based on principle of the pendency of matters by the Justice Tokonu, which are still pending before courts. And we have taken this principal position just to let you know that we do not have any issues. In fact, we don't just want to join issues with you, especially regarding the matter of Justice Bababoni. Mr. Speaker, we have to look at this matter within the framework of the preamble of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, we the people of Ghana, in the exercise of our natural and inalienable rights to establish a framework of governments which shall secure for ourselves and posterity
the blessings of liberty, equality of opportunity, and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, it continues in a spirit of friendship and peace with all peoples of the world, and in solemn declaration and affirmation of our commitments to freedom, justice, and probity and accountability. The principle that all powers of government spring from the sovereign will of the people, the principle of universal adult suffrage, and Mr. Speaker, my emphasis, the rule of law, supremacy of the Constitution, equality before the law, and respect for the fundamental human rights and freedom of our people. Mr. Speaker, in terms of fundamental human rights of the people and access to justice, Mr. Speaker, embedded in that rule of law theme is the accessible and impartial justice. Mr. Speaker, we must be given usable opportunities when we think our rights have been violated to be able to vindicate our rights. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we must advert our minds to is that when there are pending matters, it's important that I am allowed to finish the process before a decision will be taken that will prejudice my rights. And Mr. Speaker, we are not saying this because this is Justice Tokono, but this right must be available to every one of us and every Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, fair legal procedures. Mr. Speaker, if I take a matter to court, I have every right to complete the matter before I'm told that my issue is foreclosed. Mr. Speaker, if matters are pending before courts and you leave the office, Mr. Speaker, Article 1446 provides situations where a justice of the Superior Court, including the Chief Justice, may lose office. Stated misbehavior, incompetence, and inability to perform the functions of the office. Mr. Speaker, what we are saying is that if we go ahead to confirm Justice Paul Bafo-Boni and he becomes the Chief Justice, and in the event that the pending cases terminate in her favor, what happens to that office? Mr. Speaker, we anticipate that there will be constitutional nuclear meltdown, and that is what we intend to avoid.
Honorable member, please, I don't know how many times I have to draw the attention of members to this matter. That is not what is before us. Finality of the rule of law is pronounced and is in the bosom of the courts. Legislative power, the power to make laws, is in our bosom. The Constitution added the power to approve, that is, give prior approval to nominees by His Excellency the President. And that is exactly what we are doing. As to whether our decision is the final rule of law, is for another body to determine. And so the proper venue, and I keep on emphasizing that, it's not this house, it's the court. And so please, once you have the matters pending there, the matters will continue to pen there, and you can vindicate those rights there. The judiciary cannot say that because Parliament is considering a bill that may have some effect on a matter before the judiciary, they'll have to hold on until we pass the bill before they proceed with the matter. They can't say that. The same, I'm just putting it in simple language, that once a matter is before the judiciary, they can't say because that matter is before the judiciary, Parliament is stopped from also performing its function of lawmaking, of oversight, of these approvals and the rest until they finish adjudicating the matter. So we have to go on with ours. And that is exactly what we are doing. We cannot be stopped. I have given my ruling on this, and you are bound by it. If you are not, you know the rule in our standing orders. You know what to do. If you are not satisfied with that, you also have the courts to go and vindicate your rights. But so far as the matter before us is concerned, let's stick to that matter. Let's go on with that, and then later on you can proceed with whatever you want to do. But for me as Speaker, I preside. I don't judge. I preside. And I'll preside and make sure that what the rules say should happen will happen. At the end of the day, the House will give you the opportunity to take the decision. The rest, you can proceed on after that. Please. So let's move on to the matter before us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, next I would like to refer this House to Article 1254 of the Constitution, where it says that the Chief Justice shall be subject to the Constitution as be the head of the judiciary and shall be responsible for the administration, supervision,
I told you about the timing. When there was the interjection, it stopped. It's automatic. It's not being controlled by me. Please, kindly give him 1 minute. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what that provision provides for is that we are not looking at the Chief Justice capacity as a justice of the Supreme Court, but as a head of the judiciary in terms of the human resource, planning, organizing, directing, control, and discipline of the judicial human resource, the judicial service staff, including even judges. Mr. Speaker, one would be not too far away if you ask the acting Chief Justice whether or not he will be transferring judges, whether or not if a justice of the Superior Court, conducts himself or in any way he will be taking action against the person, or whether or not any disciplinary action can be taken anybody as a judge or any staff of the judicial service. Mr. Speaker.
The 1 minute is over again. So, but honorable member, don't be worried about that, because even this constitution, when it was being drafted, it was said to be drafted by hairdressers. Now, when it was approved, the people who stated that the hairdressers were drafting constitution kept on applauding the good works of the hairdressers. So, and you have also done that today. It's just that politicians are a different breed of human beings. So, that is the challenge we have in the world. May we proceed to the next person, from this time from the majority side, and that is Honorable Eric Opoku. Honorable, you have seven minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion before this House. Mr. Speaker, this House is witnessing inconsistency in its highest apogee. Inconsistency that has never been seen on the floor of this House, except today. Mr. Speaker, you recall that in the last year of Mr. President John Agyekum Kufuor, 2008, Justice Paul Bafuboni was elevated to the position of Supreme Court Justice. And the
Appointments Committee's report was submitted to this House for approval. Mr. Speaker, that day, records of this House indicate that the minority we see today, they were in the majority. And they extol the virtues of this man right in this chamber. They describe him as competent. They describe him as competent, a man who has served this nation with dignity, an honest judge. In fact, they said a lot of good things about this man. Mr. Speaker, what has changed? What has changed? Today, the same person has been elevated, and now you are opposing his nomination. History will be the best judge. Mr. Speaker, again, I heard Honorable Enyimadu spoke about executive manipulation of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, you recall that between 2003 and 2006, Justice Paul Bafuboni was appointed to the Fast Track High Court. He was appointed to the Fast Track High Court, a court established by President Kufuor, tried some cases, and after some years declared unconstitutional in the history of our country. That was the period of executive manipulation of the judiciary. That was the period, and it happened under your watch. And today you have the courage to sit in the same chamber and talk about executive manipulation of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, again, you are ruling on the matter, on this matter, is fortified by this report.
Honorable member, please, may we listen to, yes.
Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, I stand on Order 122 to clarify a point. Mr. Speaker, we don't appoint to the Fast Track High Court. We appoint to the High Court. So, Mr. Speaker, that clarification will have to be clear. There's nothing like we appoint to the High Court and not the Fast Track High Court. When you are appointed to the High Court, you are then assigned to a division of the High Court. Mr. Speaker, this is the point. You don't appoint to the High Court.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it is in the report, page 8. Page 8 of the report. Listen. Page 8 of the report. He was elevated to the High Court in 2000, serving at Sunyane and Kumasi between 2000 and 2003, and later appointed justice to the Fast Track High Court. Is it the report? So what's your problem? So, Mr. Speaker, I was speaking to the report exactly how it is captured in the report. Then, Mr. Speaker, you are ruling on the matter that while Parliament is discharging a lawful duty, no court action can stop that, is fortified by this report. And it's interesting we raise this issue for Ghanaians to know. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 27 of the report.
Honorable member, your leader is on his feet. Okay. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I have been trying very hard to get members on this side to listen to opposing views. I urge our colleagues to also pay attention and listen so that we can we can expedite action on this matter. I'm just appealing to our colleagues on the other side.
Honorable members, please, we need to listen to each other. Honorable Doctor, he represented Parliament at our march against the judiciary. He was among the 11, and he ran all over the field without touching the ball. He was substituted. So I understand that. Honorable members, please, we only consider and give prior approval to nominees of the President to the Supreme Court. The High Court and the Court of Appeal don't come before the House for prior approval. Please. That is the state of affairs. The process that he went through, I was minority leader. Concerns were expressed, but this was not a matter that came before the House for his approval or otherwise. Not at all. Please, let's go on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was saying that reading page 27 of the report, under point 6.18, propriety of proceeding with the vetting process. Your committee has reported, and indeed they have cited two major cases, one involving a member of this House, Honorable Vincent Asamoah versus Attorney General, and the report reads, to substantiate his position, the nominee cited relevant legal precedents, including Dufour versus Bank of Ghana and Vincent Assefuah versus Attorney General, both of which affirm the principle that the existence of a legal challenge does not suspend constitutional processes in the absence of an explicit court injunction. Mr. Speaker, these two cases.
Honorable member, I ruled on that, so let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, I'm moving on because our colleagues, when I raised the issue, that the same person, when he was brought here, they extolled his virtues. They said no, they are not opposed to his nomination, but they are talking about some legalities. And the basis of their argument is that there is a case that is to stop the proceedings of this House. And I'm reading this to fortify your ruling that they don't have basis. Their argument is baseless. They are only talking because they are in the minority and they want to be heard. Otherwise, they have no case at all to be even making noise in this House. The truth of the fact is that the man qualifies, he is competent. In fact, he is the first son from our region, Ahafo, to be elevated to this position. And the people of our region are solidly behind him. And so we urge our colleagues on the other side that you cannot oppose everything on this earth. You were here defending some few days ago. Now you are transformed.
Honorable members, we move on to the next person, and that is the last from the minority caucus, and the leader himself wants to take up that task. So I call on Osahene Afenyo-Markin.
Thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to this debate on the floor. Mr. Speaker, in making my contribution, I would want to, in addition to the report, rely on the certified copy of the verbatim report of proceedings that has been served on my good self by the clerk through the chairman. And for the avoidance of doubt, I would want to make same available to the table office for the record, because I'm going to rely on same. Mr. Speaker, that said, I shall proceed to say that for the first time under the 1992 Constitution, a sitting Chief Justice has been removed pursuant to Article 146 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, that removal effected on 1st September 2025, following recommendation by a committee chaired by His Lordship Justice Gabriel Puaman, has generated unprecedented litigation challenging its constitutional validity, procedural regularity, and legal effectiveness. Critically, several proceedings were filed before Her Ladyship's removal was finalized. These are contemporaneous constitutional challenges asserting fundamental and irredeemable flaws in the Article 146 process. The removal proceeded despite these pending objections. These objections now remain unresolved before multiple courts of competent jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, we, the minority, hold the view that there has been inconsistency in the approach in this matter, and that if care is not taken, this country that we all seek investment for may not attract that needed investment. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the prima facie findings of the Council of State remain unpublished. 2, as we speak, the very report that recommended...
Honorable Member, I thought your reference to this matter was a matter before the House.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
But what you are talking about is not before the House.
Mr. Speaker, then let me use the phrase well. Let me rephrase it for the purpose of clarity. Mr. Speaker, my submission is to the effect that the matters giving rise for this motion to be taken are such that we, the minority, still believe that there are serious matters for the Constitution of our Republic. Mr. Speaker, and I say so because today we consider this nomination, and you have made it clear that our approval or otherwise does not bring a finality within the context of the rule of law, which I agree. I'm not contesting that. But it is our view, most respectfully, that one, the fact that the prima facie determination is not in the public space is of concern to us. 2, the fact that the recommendation, the report that gave rise for the final decision of His Excellency the President is also not in the public domain is of concern to us. Mr. Speaker, we contend that for the purposes of transparent democracy, the era where the citizens require information, it should have been an instinctive, inherent decision to have released the report. Because, Mr. Speaker, we hold a view that this was no less a matter because it was dealing with an organ of government, of state, the judiciary. That is our contention. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, as I said, you are complaining about acts of another arm of government.
Mr. Speaker, I hope my time is being stopped.
Not Parliament. Not Parliament.
No.
And those matters are not before Parliament. And so I have consistently guided you and your colleagues to deal with the matter before Parliament. Continue with the others at the proper forum, not the floor of Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, we are not litigating those matters in Parliament, but those matters gave rise to this, what is before us. So what I'm trying to do is to give a background to the very matter before us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Eric Opoku in his submission argues with some force that executive manipulation started in Kufuor era. I found it very rich. And he tries to use that to justify the concerns that we are raising, to say that we are acting in double standard. No, Mr. Speaker, in President Kufuor's era, no Chief Justice was removed. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable
Mr. Speaker,
please. I don't want us to go beyond what is before us, because many of the things that you say, because many of you were not born early, you don't know, you don't have the information. And in fact, I have bought some books, and I'm going to distribute the books particularly to leaders, so that you read to see the perception that we have given to the people outside there. They are very senior, intelligent people who held high office of state, who have written some books about Ghana politics. I have the books. I bought plenty copies to distribute to you free to read. I believe that will change your approach to how you go about the business on this floor. The information that I have from experience in this house, if I disclose them, many of the things you say are incorrect. The presidents and former presidents, they know. You don't know. And they know that I know what I'm talking about. So please, confine yourselves to the matters before the House. Let's deal with that one.
Mr. Speaker, we are saying that the fact that there appears to be some right violation against Justice Araba Issah Tokunu, we in the minority are unable to support this nomination. Mr. Speaker, the learned Attorney General in his submission alluded to the fact that even when Parliament approves this nomination and the court determines otherwise, the executive will be bound to respect it. He was right in saying that when a court makes a pronouncement, the executive will be bound by it. But what he did not say is the conduct of his office in the handling of the very matter that he is saying when there is pronouncement, they would be bound by it. Mr. Speaker, he himself submitted that the rules of court allows for extension of time application to be made. The question we ask is that why didn't the Attorney General, considering the enormity of this matter, act with alacrity? Mr. Speaker, the question that begs for an answer is that for all these periods, if justice was really meant to be done, why didn't the Attorney General file a defense? He is now saying that we shouldn't worry, and that if there is any positive outcome, the president will be bound by it. But we are interested in the process. The minority in this House is interested in the process, and it is contending that his actions amount to bad faith and denying the respected
Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I acknowledge that the minority is interested, and you are expressing your concerns. And those concerns have also been expressed at the right forum. But I say this is not the forum for that. The Attorney General's conduct of conducting proceedings in that court is not before the House. That at all is not. And so please, let's handle what is before us. Then at the appropriate forum, which you are doing, you continue with it. You can just refer that this is what you are doing, but don't go into the details.
Speaker, with respect, Mr. Speaker, just place my time on ice for us to interrogate this preliminary matter. Mr. Speaker, well, I will leave it to you, but I would want to learn. Mr. Speaker, in my submission, I was responding to the Attorney General. These are facts that he has made known to the House. So I was responding to his own argument. I was not saying anything new. It is what he said that I was referring to. But if you say I shouldn't delve deep into it.
I stopped him.
Mr. Speaker, very well.
I stopped him.
Very well.
And I said he should come back to the subject matter on the floor.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, that's
please.
Mr. Speaker, if it is so, I will not belabor. Mr. Speaker, today, our colleagues who vehemently opposed just 2 nominations to the Supreme Court, and when they had the opportunity, they brought 7. Their principled argument vanished into thin air. Today, Mr. Speaker, when our friends in the NDC argued against 2 nominations to the Supreme Court, when they had the opportunity, they brought 7 at a go. Today, the same people who opposed this nominee in 2008 are today saying that they are for his cause. Mr. Speaker, we leave everything to posterity. Every single thing that we are witnessing in this House is for posterity. But we believe as minority that in spite of all that is happening, which happenings is affecting the rights of a citizen, the best days of our country are ahead of us. Mr. Speaker, we would not belabor. We maintain our opposition to this nomination, and we reject same, and we are going to demand a secret ballot to reject this. We are going to demand a secret ballot to vote, to let Hansard record our opposition. Mr. Speaker, we know that there are members who have their own views and would want to exercise their right when there's secret ballot. We, the minority, are going to invoke that so that we take a secret ballot to register our dissent on this matter. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't exhaust the 15 minutes. I will submit here to and then leave the matters to rest. Thank you so much.
Honorable members, the last person to have a say on this matter is the majority leader. The minority leader actually used less than 15 minutes. So it's the majority leader who is now to end the debate, and he has 15 minutes to do so.
Mr. Speaker, mine is a very brief one. Very brief. In 2012, we had a national election for the presidency and for parliament. The election results were disputed. President Akufo-Addo was declared winner. John Dramani Mahama and the NDC petitioned President John Dramani Mahama was declared winner. Akufo-Addo petitioned the courts. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, we had another election, and President Akufo-Addo was declared winner, and John Dramani Mahama petitioned. The cases traveled before the Supreme Court, and finally, the Supreme Court made a pronouncement. Mr. Speaker, it was clear to every Ghanaian that in spite of the cases pending in the Supreme Court, we went ahead and swore in those declared by the Electoral Commission as having been validly elected. But the case went on, and in the case of the petition against John Dramani Mahama, it was in August 2013 that the Supreme Court handed a ruling. Mr. Speaker, when we put the question to the nominee as to what he thinks will happen if the previous Chief Justice's case turned out in her favor, he simply referred us to these two cases. If in a presidential petition, we are convinced that if the ruling goes against a sitting president, that person will vacate the seat so that the winner will take over. Why would we entertain doubt that if a Chief Justice who has left office gets a ruling in her favor, that the sitting Chief Justice will not give way so that the decision of the Supreme Court will be enforced? So the answer is simple. We have to proceed. And when the decisions of the courts come, and the implications are that what has happened should be reversed, the Chief Justice nominee said he is ready to give way, and whoever the courts declare in favor of will come and occupy the post of Chief Justice. So there's no problem. Mr. Speaker, the second issue about the listing of cases was put to the nominee, and the nominee explained that he, as acting Chief Justice, is not responsible for listing cases. So if the minority's position was that some cases hadn't been listed. Then that is a matter for the registry, because as an acting Chief Justice, the Chief Justice normally empanels the court when the registrar indicates that all the processes had been concluded, and then we had reached a stage where we would need to empanel a court. So he wasn't responsible for cases not listed. Mr. Speaker, I think that a lot has been said already about the nominee, and I will not belabor the point, except to once again, lastly, register the point that in 2012, July 24th, 2012, Justice Theodora Wood was nominated, approved by this House, and appointed a Chief Justice. 2013, January, President John Evans Atta Mills, under the NDC, became president. He coexisted amicably with Justice Theodora Wood, who was appointed by President Kufuor under the NPP. Mr. Speaker, again, on 24th of July, 2012, when we lost the president, John Dramani Mahama took over as the president, and he coexisted amicably with Justice Theodora Wood, who was appointed by President Kufuor, an NPP president. What is my point? My point is simple, that the NDC under President Atta Mills and under the current president, John Dramani Mahama, has coexisted peacefully with a Chief Justice appointed by the NPP. So, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that my colleagues have already argued and given reasons why we should approve the nomination to the post of Chief Justice, because essentially he qualifies under Article 1284 of the Constitution, has been a judge for 30 years, overly qualified, has been a Supreme Court judge for more than a decade and a half, and is now acting as the Chief Justice. Mr. Speaker, without saying more, I will just say that put the question and we will vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, I put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the committee's report, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, I put the question again. Those in favor of the adoption of the report of the committee, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, we have the deputy whip, minority deputy whip on his feet. Let's listen to him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1513. Mr. Speaker, Order 151. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1513. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I read Order 1513. A member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on a voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for a head count or electronic vote. Mr. Speaker, I invite you for us to do a head count on this since our electronic vote is not working. Speaker, head count.
Honorable members, there's a challenge to my decision on the voice vote, and there's a call for us to take a head count. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me read Order 1513. Well, it says, a member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on the voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for head count or electronic vote. Whether. Mr. Speaker. Keep quiet. Whether. Mr. Speaker. There is no automatic right to a head count or electronic vote when somebody challenges the voice vote. There's no automatic right. It is for the Speaker to look at the chamber. Because where Mr. Speaker sits, he sees the numbers. Where Mr. Speaker sits, he sees the numbers. He sees the number constituting the NPP votes, and sees the number constituting the NDC votes. And Mr. Speaker knows that the NPP micro-minority have already indicated they are voting against. The NDC super-majority has already indicated they are voting for. So when you look at the numbers in the chamber, it is so clear that it becomes unnecessary for a head count. Mr. Speaker, so Mr. Speaker, we have confidence in you and your understanding of the rules. The rules say that a member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on a voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for head count or electronic vote, or whether not to call for head count or electronic vote. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious, and there's no need for you to call for a head count or an electronic vote. It is obvious that they have lost the vote. We've won the vote. and take a decision and let's proceed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I have determined that there should be a head count. So we are going to do a head count. Head count. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members. Honorable
Mr.
members.
Speaker.
We are going to do a head count.
Mr. Speaker.
Please, those in favor of the motion, please rise up to be counted.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a problem. There is a problem, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention to the Constitution in Article 111. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution in Article 111.
Nyankopɔn ne mba bebree.
Honorable members, be at your seats. Members are moving around and they are having a challenge in counting you. Please, say rise up, rise up. Please. Members, you may resume your seats. Resume your seats. Honorable members, those against the motion rise to be counted. at the table, you are asked to count all those who have risen. Please, so any person that has risen and is standing should be counted. You may now resume your seats. Resume your seats. Honorable members, at the count, the ayes have 163. The noes 69. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1526. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1526. Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, I read. Order 1526 states that where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the Speaker shall call for division. So, Mr. Speaker, I therefore challenge the head count, and I call for you to apply Order 1526 as stated in our orders for division, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the member rose and quoted Order 1526, and I just heard him read, where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the Speaker shall call for a division. I have not heard him challenge I did not hear him challenge the head count. I did not hear. I did not hear him challenge. I did not hear him challenge. I did not hear him challenge. I did not hear him challenge the result of the head count. So, Mr. Speaker, let him come properly. I did not hear him. But Mr. Speaker can give a ruling if you heard him challenge the results of the head count. I did not hear him.
I did not hear him.
Yes. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to plead with you and draw your attention to Order 154, which states, and I read, despite Order 153, the Speaker may, if in the opinion of the Speaker, a division has been unnecessarily claimed, take the vote of the House by calling upon the members who support or who oppose the decision of the Speaker to rise and be counted, upon which the Speaker shall declare the decision of the House or direct that a division be held. Unquote. Mr. Speaker, in drawing your attention to this order, I plead that you exercise your authority as expected in that standing order, given that the numbers after the count speak for themselves, and the call for a division is an unnecessary request. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I rose earlier on, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go on.
Mr. Speaker, when I rose earlier on, it was under Order 1526. And that I challenge, and it reads that where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the Speaker shall call for a division. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I challenge the results from the head count and call for a division under Order 1526. Mr. Speaker, even though the Honorable Member for Tamale North, Honorable Soyini, drawing your attention to Order 154. Mr. Speaker, Order 154 is clear that despite Order 153, I haven't raised anything under Order 153. I am within Standing Order 1526, which is mandatory to the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I make my case. Thank you.
Honorable Member, I'm still waiting to hear your challenge.
Mr. Speaker,
it's not sufficient to say a challenge.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, to make my earlier on, I tried to draw your attention. Mr. Speaker, I made this challenge because number one, Mr. Speaker, I did not believe that the number as presented to you from those who voted for the yes or the ayes were up to the number presented to you, Mr. Speaker. And also, I was drawing your attention to Article 111 of the 1992 Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, I read Article 111. The Vice President or a minister or a deputy minister who is not a member of Parliament shall be entitled to participate in the proceedings of Parliament and shall not be accorded the privilege of all members of Parliament except entitlement to vote. Mr. Speaker, the time we were taking the vote, the Ashanti Regional Minister is seated there. He's still here. Mr. Speaker, the Works and Housing Minister is still seated here. He has no right to vote. That's my basis for my challenge, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Order 153 and Order 152 and Order 154 must all be read together. Because Order 154 says that despite Order 153, the Speaker, if in the opinion of the Speaker, the Speaker may, if in the opinion of the Speaker, a division has been unnecessarily claimed, a decision has been unnecessarily claimed, take the vote of the House by calling upon the members who support or who oppose the decision of the Speaker to rise and be counted, upon which the Speaker shall declare the decision of the House or direct that a division be held. Mr. Speaker, if you read Order 153, it deals with division and says the Speaker shall direct that the lobbies declared in the case of a division, the division bell shall be rung for 1 minute. The Speaker shall invite the leadership of the majority, minority, or independent caucuses to appoint 2 tellers each to observe the division process. After a lapse of 5 minutes, the Speaker shall announce the names of division clerks and the tellers. So 153 deals with the procedure for division. Is that okay? And 154 says that in spite of the fact that there is a procedure for division, Speaker can also say that a division has been unnecessarily claimed. That's 154. And if the Speaker takes a position that a division has been unnecessarily claimed, the procedure is that he would ask one side only to rise up and be counted. Just one side. He can say that because you are not many and you are just 69, it is easier to count you. So you should rise up and then he will count you. When he counts you, he can direct and declare the decision of the House. That is what 154 says. That's what 154 says. So I therefore call on Mr. Speaker. I therefore call on Mr. Speaker to rule that a division has been unnecessarily claimed. And on the basis of a ruling that a division has been unnecessarily claimed, to proceed to count one side and then declare the decision of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, Minority Leader, yes.
Yes, I think I mentioned the 3 people.
Speaker, with respect, the Honorable Member for Tolon invoked Order 152 and was very clear in his application. The Order 153 that provides for procedure on division anticipates that possibly the 151 that was initially invoked, which gives rise for a head count, could be wrong. It is a reason why there's a whole procedure provided for under 153, which talks about clearing the lobbies, which talks about the leaders providing tellers. Mr. Speaker, in the first instance, it is the clerks who have done the accounting, not independently verified by anybody, and they have brought the figures to you. The member has challenged it, and that is why the second stage step allows for agents, that those who are saying no, those who are saying yes, will have an opportunity to validate the counting process. Mr. Speaker, for the majority leader to immediately invoke 154, to say that 154 says, despite 153, Speaker may. Mr. Speaker, that provision there must not be construed in a manner to negate the mandatory obligation under 1526. No, it is saying where the number, if you read 153, 11 and 12, it says that if a member states that he voted in error and that his vote was counted wrongly, the member may request that the vote be corrected or counted before the speaker declares the result. 11, where the member numbers in a division are equal, the motion shall be considered lost. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you read these together, it is rather dealing with a situation where a declaration is made under 153 and the speaker would want to exercise a discretion where a member is unnecessarily making a claim under division, because it anticipates that a member may not be satisfied and may be taking certain steps to make a certain application. If they now move away to refer to 152, Mr. Speaker, that is not in the contemplation of this regulation. If the intendment of Parliament was to the effect that Mr. Speaker can invoke 154 to, as it were, negate the effect of 1526, Mr. Speaker, the Parliament would have said so. It did not say that despite Order 1526, Mr. Speaker, in his opinion, may consider a division unnecessary claim. No, 154 does not make reference at all to 1526. Mr. Speaker, that provision does not make reference to it at all. If the lawmakers had intended the 154 to have effect on 1526, it would have said so in clear language. Mr. Speaker, what has not been written or said is not meant to be added to the whole lot for interpretation. What 154 contemplates is the 153. That is why it mentions 153 without more. Nobody should attempt to lead Mr. Speaker astray. There is a huge temptation. There's a huge temptation. Earlier, the majority leader said Honorable Habib did not challenge. So he didn't hear. Now he moves away. He moves away to now invoke 154. The 154 is contemplating 153. Mr. Speaker, I would not want us to further delay this. 1526 is mandatory, and I'll conclude on it. It says where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the speaker shall call for a division. I don't know why the super majority is afraid. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? If you have your numbers and you believe in your numbers, let's go into division. If you believe in your numbers, let's go into division.
Honorable Minority Leader, you have made your point. The Honorable Habib mentioned a particular member. I just want to know whether the member was present when the head count was being taken. Please, I want to know from the member from the member, please. It's not from any of you. It's a member present. Please, I want to hear from the member. Honorable member.
No, come here. Come and use this one. Come and use this one.
Honorable member, yes.
Okay, please come and use it. Man, so let's speak straight.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, during the head count, myself and the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing, we were both outside the chamber. We were not counted during the head count. Thank you very much.
Minister of
Sir, as a Minister of State, over Parliament, they give you all the cases except the
Yeah, you work them out. What have we got to do? Was it?
Yes, honorable members, it's my view that the division has been unnecessarily member. Honorable members, the division has been unnecessarily claimed. Honorable members, please resume your seats. The motion has accordingly been adopted. This Honorable House has accordingly approved the nomination of Justice Paul Bafubone as Chief Justice of the Republic in accordance with Article 114 Clause 1 of the 1992 Constitution, respectively. I want to take this opportunity to, on behalf of the House, congratulate the nominee on his approval by Parliament. I urge the nominee to take all what has happened right up from the day of the nomination up to his approval, I should say prior approval by Parliament, into consideration in his tenure of office. Once again, congratulations. Yes, please, First Deputy Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I rise to thank the committee sincerely, particularly those who were present and vetted the nominee. I also want to thank the House, particularly those who were on their feet to be counted in favor of the adoption of the report of the committee. Thank you very much. God richly bless you.
Honorable members, please, I have a statement. It is actually what we call corrigentum. On 10th November 2025, I had the pleasure and honor of receiving a delegation from the Queen Mother's Foundation, led by their president, the Queen Mother of Kayira in the Ofinsu traditional area, Nana Ama Sewa Bonsu. Their well-intentioned visit afforded us the opportunity of discussing some proposed constitutional amendments, ways of empowering chiefs and queen mothers to protect the environment, stop illegal mining, and facilitate development. However, in communicating their visit to Parliament, I inadvertently referred to Nana Ama Sewa Bonsu as the president of the Queen Mothers Association and Queen Mother of Ofinsu. I wish to apologize to the Ofinsu Traditional Council and the Queen Mothers Association of Ghana for the regrettable error. Let me reiterate that Nana Ama Sewa Bonsu is the president of the Queen Mothers Foundation and not president of the Queen Mothers Association. She is also the Queen Mother of Kayira and not Queen Mother of Ofinsu. As a chief myself, I appreciate and respect traditional protocols and will be the last person to disregard the authority vested in our chiefs and queen mothers. I always welcome every opportunity to meet traditional authorities to discuss ways of exalting their roles in governance and in making them the fulcrum of development in the country, particularly in their jurisdictions. With all humility, I say Kafra Kuse to our revered kings and chiefs, queens and queen mothers of the Ofinsu traditional area. I thank you for your listenership. Honorable members, we will take one item and then take a short suspension before we come to the main item of today. On the order paper, we have this bill that we have been working on for some time now, and it is as item 13 on the order paper, the Ghana Scholarships Authority Bill 2025 is now got to the third reading. I have not received any request for it to be taken to a second consideration stage. So I want us to take it now before we go on the suspension. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just to remind you that we had agreed that motion 15 on page 4 of today's order paper be taken. Mr. Speaker, I understand that.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if you could permit me to move the motion now before the minister responsible for education will do the scholarship authority bill. Mr. Speaker, I'll be very snappy on my motion. It has been there for very long.
Please, I'll have to then suspend for 5 minutes. The House is sitting is accordingly suspended for 5 minutes.
Refreshing Conference is here again. This year, we gather under the powerful theme, Exciting Jesus, from Sunday 23rd to Sunday 30th November 2025. Time, 6 p.m. each night. Come and experience Jesus, His saving grace, His unfailing love, and His mighty power. Speakers, Reverend Fifi Otabi Wilson, Reverend Kojo Amo Asari, Reverend Paul Amwako, Reverend A.D. Frederick, Reverend Dr. Ebo Anan, and your host, Reverend Kwame Amwako Hene. Song ministration by Pastor Ella Samoa, Efe Grace, Pepite, Rafia, Harry Fishin, Covenant Choral, and CT Choir. Don't miss this year's Times of Refreshing Conference. With Jesus, your future is surely exciting. See you there.
Brebo eye adwumada eboa eyam aduane eboa eyi nsa free ni peduanim na eboa woni pedua ma etena ho yie nanso woni say niema a yedi na yenom timi ma brebo ye adwumaden sen pote
Mehunda me brebo ye adwuma pa e bia se mitumi ye bibi me brebo
Ani and waiting on what the left it from the Moses Clinic, we have our center about herbal food supplements. We see to pan the barber, ama a year jumayi.
Now, any juma.
Fatopa yenu, and no pani anymore. Na a broma berbo ye jumayi, sending a beya, a bit yam a jania woody, a sissy pedianimo, a ye moving singing.
And no, I'm a brabo here.
Obenya Left Kid or pharmacy, herbal shops, and supermarkets are a bell. Sawopa do doors with 12. Fresh 0244 06 8447. Left Kid, Buawo Brebo, Buawo Nipedia. A dreary any mapping for a ma emma or man for, make a mofra a 1 year in fear to me. FBI G. JD Kratui Atum.
One tell one now, one blow. 1 now, one control. Bermuda Games 2025 reloaded. This time around, let's get gala competition. Yes, bro. The teams are well represented. Team XYZ. X Natural Mineral Water. Work Natural Health. Medimosis Clinic and Prostrate Center. Merasi. Bermuda Games 2025. One pay your body. Yembe say with the Team XYZ and a war for trophy nana. He work X Natural Mineral Water. Now the Medimosis Clinic and Prostrate Center. Okay, there. Bermuda Games 2025 reloaded. Obakwado on the 5th of December 2025. Nature Farmers Day. Damadani ya fulfill the holiday. Venue near Mac Downtown Park. Wajokers Nechiwa Labadi. Time near 10 a.m. Pepe. Best your favorite presenters and players. I will show football skill. Mugabe Masi. Yes, my near power near. Ohin Babuama Benny. Okumangra. Mankasaso Ki Nicholas met Siabo Nedu. Onye Ekuku Damanane Bongo Wagaleyas. Bermuda Games 2025 reloaded. Obey whole la la.
Memo Akwaba Ediba TV XYZ so I Power 97.9 FM inside politics media na waso egusui woso a wo hwe eno na wo hwe wo TV sui ye ma wunna Akwaba ye stream live wo Power 979 FM TV XYZ Ghana Facebook and TikTok sax na kwa YouTube XYZ broadcasting which me ahwe media be ye from Nicholas ya was yours and which me Afro Nicholas sax na make us say lawyer David wo Brown on also a senior lecturer ATU no na menene Eddie Edwumay na say on the floor of parliament na ende no more share say between approval chief justice and no na yehu majority side leader Kasai Mama Yarga so na minority side afenyon markings so edi atudwa na sesia de metene say dom dodo nankasa na majority no say omonji papa ntum to make us say ya approve chief justice aka say ye betumi swear in na wahye na adwuma say kama pa lawyer we Brown wa ha ma me na kwaba law bibi abako de em say me no wa ha na ye monitor me ekoso on the floor of parliament budget ya mun say but say she had yetumi approve chief justice ye be swear in na wahye na adwuma say there na woka
Niami Pachani say yada parliament I say majority for no say I want me approve on the right honorable justice Bafu Boni as the substantive chief justice and Niakani say president ebe swear no in at the presidency. I don't know when they will do that, but I'm sure say by tomorrow the president will do that quickly. Now Justice Bafu Boni no the Nejuma Pa Washasi no the Watwaso as the substantive chief justice of the Republic of Ghana. Even though our less number of years to serve, I think said with these few years, at least maximum of 2 years now, obe seven obe to me the Nejuma Pa Washasi and ebeba all the reforms ebeba judiciary now king there is a history that has been made that the chief justice as the head of the judiciary was an hearing so and the head of the Ghana prison service. Yes. This is history and I think we need to applaud them. One thing I will also say is Chief Justice Okokonongo Dumasi Secondary School. Okay. He is not an Achimotan pre-second Buche Anawe. That's I'm encouraging the youth. They say, no matter which school you can rise to also become the head of any of the arms of government. Correct. Encourage the youth. So wherever you find yourself, now one sober to me rise to that level. So for me, Parliament has done well. Now, this is the most objective, most tolerant. Your friend is a Speaker of Parliament under our Fourth Republic. Okay. Right Honorable Alban Babin. Okay. So authority, a minority, micro minority for some of the things but also because he wants to build democracy, but at the end of the day, the bottom line is that the Honorable Chief Justice elects and our Chief Justice nominee, Alma Vettin, has been approved by Parliament to be sworn in as the substantive Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. His Lordship Justice Bafu Boni. I congratulate him and I also congratulate the majority in Parliament for actually approving him after nomination.
Say, Speaker Eddie Kanka say, Omoko break for 5 minutes. And see, need a quine say, you be home finance minister, Atoba Force and honorable doctor. Now, which me the budget 2026, what present Eddie Amaya, your expectation about budget 2026 are presented in there.
In fact, when him say, Ejumapa Ato Asha Siaide. He's going to continue and to be better. Also, inflation about single digit. Yes. And our friend is saying what we call reserves also is going up. Dollar also has been stabilized. And this is the time to Krona, the previous government, we are trying to seal them. Until from next year, I believe that the budget is going to be a budget of hope.
Okay.
A day in Kranshene, Ebeba Omaimu, Jumapa, Ato, Force Ashasiano, or better made in Shisha, and so Atoa, Ebeboa. Once the government has been saying, sir, Omo, Niama Bibromosomo, the big push, infrastructural development. You know, Mate said this time, no, President said we're going to increase to about 33.something billion Ghana cedis.
Okay.
I'm going to invest into infrastructure and this time in sure say the 24-hour economy in Subenya Neipa, and I believe money pushed into agriculture, industrialization, and ICT. Those areas and so will have a boost. And I believe it's just unfortunate, and I must take this opportunity to commiserate with military for recruitment exercise. With the Yako Emma Busia for, this time we're going to recruit about 12,000 people into the security services. A huge number government and all these things are going to see some life.
But Yanka Kakron, unfortunate incident happened in Dra. 6 females make us say Omonia alive, Omofim, and no more injured. Thought was answer.
Near first, once again, I'll express my condolences to the bereaved families. Meka say, me, I don't want to apportion any blame, but remember blame cry. I will blame even the young ones who were there. You see, I was trying to conjecture the whole thing. In the military, if a soldier falls, you don't run away and leave the soldier. You make sure, you help the soldier get him up. So for them to be rushing and their colleagues falling there, they don't give space to make sure they will rescue their colleagues. And out of I want to be recruited to do that, I think that was not good on the part of the young
What
ones.
I heard, the crown is a bit,
but still people didn't care, which was very, very bad. That is what I'm saying. You see, Nico, I've said on some platforms to go to the military is not luxury. You go through a process, and all the processes are rigorous. Say, why do you bring these people into the sun, cause them to stand up and say, maybe they have not watched movies as to how the US or they recruit it's not easy. I am not by then justifying the deaths. Perhaps maybe the numbers were overwhelming. They could have, or maybe second, they could have made it army. They would take army on a day, Air Force on another day, maybe Navy on another day. They could have done that.
And I must process say, I kick,
yes. So I mean, going forward, I think they have to maybe relook at the way our recruitment, so that it would prevent some of these deaths in stampede. And the numbers were so huge.
Too much.
And I was also thinking, even if they could have used Independence Square and not use Accra Sports Stadium.
Yes.
They are bigger places.
Yes.
But Ewa can take not up to even maybe 10,000 spectators. I don't think so. But Accra Sports Stadium can take about 45,000. And TAB going forward, you see, for me, investigation should go into it. But I do not also want to blame the military so much.
The problem I remember saying is a reporter me say yes, so cancel maybe a gate in 6:20 a.m. And that's as 2 a.m. crown and for and the officers in a buy no be
which was indiscipline.
Which
I say, and that is the point I may make is out of our grief we are not thinking about each other. And sometimes we always blame the powers that been painful, but we don't talk about Nkrofona, so causes a problem. No, at least in those times we also say Russia, we can cause stampede, we can cause problem. So it is not about because I want to get it at all costs and anything. We should we should have this fellow feeling. There are some things we need to avoid. It's not a riot. What do I say? And but going forward, maybe we should find another way. Be saying apart from qualification, you see, these are recruits. They are not officers. Recruits, they need more rigorous people who are very strong in those areas. So if you are looking for the people for the band anywhere, there's a way you take them. Those who have take them through. Vision for specific roles now. Maybe
form no so any musical instrument so that we a driver
and maybe this time to know they can number the people.
Okay,
if numbering in Jumakra, they can use names. Maybe all those whose surname starts from A to D. We are meeting on this day. Those whose surname start from E to this. Now so that it would reduce problem problem here. So I think they would restructure things to help each and every one of us. It's sad. It's sad, but you know the German will say Geschehen is Geschehen. You can't. There's no sense in crying over spilled milk. And the yakona ebema ebusuya for na yes we say. But you see, people, I want to also say, Nick, the military is not just going there for salary. People should know, if you are going to the military, it should be what? To serve your nation. But maybe a binimu or because a Juman
employment rate was zero. And sometimes,
but you know, those times, going to the military was not kids' play. Before you go, you would have thought through it and all that. I always say, I may run away soldier. I was to join the military, but a few things happened which prevented me from joining because I love the army. And I'm a Baba who's young one, also he wants to join the army. And I've been encouraging him to study hard so that you can become whatever. At least you must be an engineer or something, or have a profession so you can serve the nation properly. And the Yako is sad, and I heard that other places also had some challenges.
I then say, Kumasi, Nipa Baku collapse, and the Eastern region, Kofordia, so
the numbers
and the Cape Coast. So,
and maybe they can also.
One day, death be a now collapse,
and maybe going forward, I know that the military would put in mechanisms to streamline things better. But you see, in the military too, they say 10% casualties is also what allowed. And when we are all going for some of these things now, we should know, there could be challenges, so that we as those who are presenting ourselves, we should also educate ourselves. Because I asked myself, if you are rushing, don't you think that you can push somebody to the ground and walk on the person? If we all had that thought, this could happen, that wouldn't have made it. It's not about rushing and all that. Because they are going to do body selection, they are going to do if you believe that you qualify, it is the body selection, your document that to show, not how much strength you show and how early you get there. No, it doesn't work like that. And maybe the education also should go in. Maybe next time they should educate them. You should know some of these things, crowd control, prevention of some of these things. Now, yet me at the aboya brabo ama yanko, it's so sad. And most of them too were females,
and who
died.
6 females.
It's so sad.
Okay, me abo for mobile ma ye inside politics jumedi abra ye train 2026 budget presentation Victory Garlic mixture boy bi papa ebi ho an na koma etu ni pepe ebo unse wakoma ha we bon abnormal sa so na me pa cho wonsa ene wona etese bia na etitriti woni so ye kusu me kanfo Victory Garlic mixture the amount ebo ma mboje ni die frusa ni yepa tunya Victory Garlic mixture bia bebo we yare pe Victory Garlic mixture na entumbo anya na organ ha bibi eton roina enkra ha de okọ kan shi kins walk heba dudu bi openo won sabe to me aka for 020-1293280 and 0242545633 na BPN to me konkan Safari Valley Eco Resort na medru so omo ye djuma 24 hours into time bi obedu obi as a guest on my help omo surrounding wildlife nti wow de obi hu say antelope zebra mmoa no de bebre na ankasa no nam ho ankasa obetumi de bi kra atwamfo yin a omonye ha wadwene empra wonye obone kra wompe we no opede wono wadofo ko ha we ni baji ye papa Oma specialize in conferences, day visit, weddings, honeymoons, and a birthday celebration. Like I say, Omo provide world-class accommodation with private swimming pools, where recreational and air restaurant service for Omo running in Nebio into Ope Continental and our local dishes. Ubenya ebi wo umpe we no pedien saso na cycling, air horseback riding, fishing on man-made lake. Canal or horse also na me pacho ye 9-hole golf any niema bebre na nkasa no wadofo kwa wonu hu wo eye Safari Valley Eco Resort medical ka say omo wo mountains here Okra district de wu ho no be hu omo nti for reservation ubetumi afre 0596 914394 na oni omo edin komo kama na bibia to me akonkan otwe eba powder na medru so otwe eba powder me pa cho sisi na yo ya so ye be ma na oba koku na how oba ana be ma wa yembre wo mpem libido no form stroke how ana say all sayem kro oba obu sa wo hu ne ye ni na wonye otwe eba powder ebetumi abo ye papa mo hia ne se won so hie woyem dide kakra na wode eye otwe eba powder one sachet gum Obano goma ebeboa ma wetumi anom na wanom ne ye ma bibia etumi akonkan Kofodua Fumfko Gapson Pharmacy Cap Herbal wo eye sunyane House of Drugs wo Ashama saso na eye boachi ansa wo Cape Coast na boachi Herbal wo tema PK eye Gombela eye Tamale no so kwa ubetumi ehu ma bibia etumi akọ enkansa na bibia etumi adedin me patcho Power Specialist Herbal Hospital so men kancho say eye hepatitis A B C D anayi fatty liver sciatica eye prostate anasa wonsa na wonai na mu ebu pain also na ha compo anasa fibroid hawa for any chemo Power Specialist Herbal Hospital Power Specialist Herbal Hospital na me patcho bebre omuntumi mboa Kumasi branch ro fe Yas Lake Bosomtwi Road opposite Jesbro Filling Station saso na Accra branch no eye kwabenya Pokuase ACP Road no so ubehu omo ho Takrade branch no eno so ewo eye Anaji Estate adjacent Anaji MA Primary school hall from 0244 544422 and 0200 3838 31 no nimpenim for Indi enkomo Bermuda Games no Bermuda Games Ebaso 2025 Empire Bedra Nyame Adoma 20 on the 5th of December Farmers Day Saturday Fufida holiday and ye nyina na ye kwhiem wo Macdan Town Park wo Jokers eche ho la haya ho na dwumadie nbekọ so anapa 10 pepepe na kick off na shanti say ya ebekọ na itumi duru ho by 8 am na bibia to be conquer teams wo mu besi akan no team XYZ X Natural Mineral Water PWAC Natural Health and San Medimosus Clinic sa team see 4 we no mbesi akan why na betumi afa trophy no brana behwe presenters bi say Mugabe Masi oyi skills papa PACO kra sa so na agimai ne power ne ohin babo ama bene okuman crack Nicholas and Sana Dr. Prince Nelson mo 3P Penny Odano Dr. Moses ya Medimosus Penny Odano ne ekuku dan bebre na bebesi akan wodwumedi asenti moma yen hye so say Bermuda Games 2025 where reloaded on the 5th of December 2025 year a Farmers Day ye be hye so na ye na ye duru ho na aye ni de fi say farm games na ekoso yesre endwuma ku ahoro no mama mon ko high nkofo ma nkofo fa first division and second division players in bebubu ye name fan games are grown yedi but hen ye ni montina makofa nkofu bi akoba babu mu ba akotese ne se do blacks mo ne ayi your friend is saying leader demo ne nani amo na mo ne bebubu ye name ho esrem pa ti agro ne yedi fan games wulusu a welusu no Benji Estate and Investment Limited semen catch so mo nsase a omo tom na Tripoli a new airport city me pacho nsase na bo for ye pa ubenya asase 25,000 Ghana cedis wo call a Saglemi a housing project baby e wona hwa na ubenya asase ntia we yi saso na wo shy Osudoku me pacho Akosombo road on a 40,000 afie nya a Bento estate no so ubenya 75,000 and soon after a Central University omo ben B5 company limited no so ubenya 70,000. Now land in the measure no and our size no 70 by 100 feet. Now we promo and term we pre-Xmas and a pre-Christmas promotion. Yes, so Biambra number 20. Make house a free side visitation every Saturday. Be well person tons as in we no come or prepare no deposit your registration whilst we be on the land. Come up now when you free documentation come maybe be to me conquer building construction any a nearma ruby brina a coso better treat and so be all car be no person the jazz as your no mudin come to land survey ne a land title registration supply of building materials ni na number yamo kama wo hwehwe Benji Estate and Investment Limited a hwomocha kwan wo tema community 25 junction opposite Goodness Filling Station a hot number from 0248 7808 87 and 0553 115502. Now when you mundin komo Benji Estate also follow your vision and own a property today. Insuring in your friend X natural mineral water. When you be no me up, pebibo, pebino nomna and bo ye papa, X natural mineral water says ya sachet a bib, Timoso amope sachets and moba, Monsabit me a kabuba XYZ broadcasting, Yahim Fia, would you get a cassa pay a Uncle Robert or Chelsea pa, or call Dudubi or Peno, Monsabit me a can be a bamatobi gumike ma mikufia condom, when you 500 ml, or 350 no benya, I can see any bisabo bulobono, only a 750 ml. And also be a papa until yentama na brabeje wo de na bibia ntumi nkonkan ye wo depo so for the baby a police for one depo ho no so ye wo depo ho no so kwa won se betumi aka bi obetumi afra factory wo 0596 273546 0596 273547 na wetumi ene factory akasa bibia wo bi ombe brobi na bibia etumi akonkan na bibia etumi adedin sa Medi Moses semen control say me pacho anadwe didie ne nye munjai anadwe didie no ai we won Nicholas no cake anadwe no di cake meat pie e say anadwe didie nye munjai and one liver in ye juma so ye but they drew back between abo liver na abo liver home by say liver problems ne ya to so do your friend no lift kit lift kit capsules when you lift kit capsules are made most the abo dia lift kit capsules no between abo ye papa abo liver no home by na a science so a food supplement a abo ni pedua na boost immune system into per lift kit capsules ne be enye na our shops mature pharmacy shops herbal shops and supermarket who now will say to me akabi for bulk purchase open the way to akwaton for 0244 068447 0244 068447 now when in paying for ending common take care of your liver take care of your health lift kit capsule say cleansing your body refreshing your life na bibia to me akọ enkan na bibia etumi ada edin edi amonti edi eteno no nyame ya adoma ochena so momfa meye ntoswe na yenhwe opanyini Anthony Kwaku nyame ya adoma no so na yie no bekoso wo Kumasi aboabo road wo ho na obehu omo nti saa na tie no so eye ne bekoso amia so meba nti na na asiedu passion go CEO makonta prekope o papa na eda for me nti muma yenkuja nti wo hwa eno na eda television no so no opanyin Emmanuel Anthony Kwaku adodo na afre no amokwaw ade a na yi ebekoso nti aboabo kese ho na eye ne beko na na asiedu junction nyame ya adoma memenda anapa 4 am ye ni oluma beto empem na ɛkyerɛ sɛ adɔfo na atumi akɔ no anapa 7 na no ade a yɛbɛyɛ funsie som de ama Oluman opanyin Emmanuel Anthony Kweku ɔmbɛyɛ funsie som ama Saturday wia na yakɔpɛ no krabio yɛpɛ no krabio wie busua bɛsan abɛtena aboabo kɛse na Nasi Edu Junction ho na eyi etumi akɔ so kwesi ada so ade a yɛbɛkɔ Thanksgiving service and also Action Chapel Cathedral kɛse Kumasi ho no so ade bɛkɔ area busua bɛsan abɛtena form final funeral rite and also bɛkɔ so aboabo kɛse na Nasi Edu Junction ho na no so no bɛkɔ so nti moma yɛnhyɛ ne nsew na yɛnyina no yɛnkɔ na yɛnkɔgya mo na Oluman na nchobeba nti ediete no me ankasa so meba bi nti monhwɛ m'anim na meba papa nti ediete no yesamba studios na mene lawyer ni mapa osan lecturer wo ATU senior lecturer mene edin komo lawyer David Wawi Brown yene na kasa okay make house say yewo health talk ba ko mienu bi ewa ha yene victory for ekudi enkomo semadu lawyer nyanko yo yene victory garlic mixture for kodi enkomo semadu mon fen cheme na yeti enkoma eduro no ebo semadu that is 10 minutes yes anti moma yenkwe na yene victory garlic mixture for kodi enkomo mamintia me papa apostle bright mbia and apostle bright ekombia good news chapel Assemblies of God East Legon Hills papa mesofo no mi cheche woni prophetess Lorisha mbia ni asomba na good news for mi cheche am papa yanko victory garlic mixture na yankwaje apumude honkomo embra yeba yegusu ha ye train budget 2026 presentation honorable atoba force or presented amay in the breed
victory garlic mixture me paucho edro we yedi honkomo wie na se okopa bi ato okwane akacho se victory no enkofo tuagusu ama asa enti ebi wo hanom a ene ne ye adwuma pa ka kire nipa no se wo de wo pe victory garlic mixture ene enkomodie ne be scientific akra enu nti no se we fa wa cho dua ene book a na me ne wasuan ba ka to se ya wada bia no ebra ye bo victory garlic mixture hu de roni yesa so ye sua de me be se me ka to se ye betena hanu bia no a ye be ye apomodin hu anchire kakra ene obi be bi sam se ebe no ko fokwa she umbisa ne se edro ba komo ka enyare wa bebre a etimi esa ene mbesa me kire wa de nti a victory garlic mixture etimi bro moja timi diafu sane wo nipadua metro de kwa fa so nti a victory garlic mixture uyo bi a wonase etatai wa na wonsa ayo titiriti wo ho no mo ase wo ho no ma udidi a na ahya wo bo obi wo ma me ne kase ho na neni ba ko wo so saa me kire wa de ba ko a e kire wo se unya dro victory garlic mixture etimi sasanya na wa wenyi nada ma me sha siemfi enoma wodo a de ye victory garlic mixture of what ye me ade ba kwa ba Ghana ha na ebibremu ne mama wodo a wo so a ya dwene enko so ne se ye didie ya pomoden your health is your diet enunti enipadua ne wo honom no a ehia enuanenu awodo bi si ye ka bibi se enuanenu a eye eduru a obo ade ade ahye enuanimu a enye obi na de ko hyemu na mo onyankopɔ nyansabo akwa ebo enuane atosode no na eka ho dada enu nti no eduane bi a wudie bi aso wonfasode a wodo ebo nipadua no victory garlic mixture ade ba ko edimu ntintima eye garlic eye ade ba ko a ekita vitamin C na sa vitamin C ya o garlic mu a se ko nipadua no mu a ebo ma immune system no enya pomodene se de be ya nipadua no ebetimi akoati enyarewa wodo a pese ba nipadua no mu enu nti se unu victory garlic mixture draw ya meba wo de roma wi bia ebebo ma immune system no enya hodene pa se de be ya ebetimi agba ho ban every enyarewa wodo obi wo hono ma immune system no are very weak makacho se wudi every 30-40 focusra draw we mema ebi empa ho da victory garlic mixture unya se immune system no se na ho ode aba fam a ebetimi akọ nipadua no mu na akọ kenya immune system no na ho ode no aba esipi na esita se de be ya opom de nso betimi esipi na esita afenso garlic ekita de be efen Allison de be ameka kire se infection bi a wanya chlamydia wanya gonorrhea wanya syphilis uyo oba wanya ndamu yare uyo oba wanya ndamu yare uyo oba ezifite bi esta egugu wo hon ma benyi sebe wo pant na se enya bi guguma wani enye ho uyo oba wo ye bema wanya infection biada per victory garlic mixture tie me wonya infection na se when treating year down come betimi ama wani yade obi wo hono mu a gonorrhea enya no when treating ye obi wa white enya no when treating ye infection biara wanya no per victory garlic mixture do ni bi na hye se wo no no said ye be ya chemical bia na se bacteria bia na fungi bia afa akoni pedwanu mu a ekofa yarewa ne brae no menja no woni pedwanu mu anya saa dan kwama bi ode ani yade na bebrew na saa garlic ekita allicin ya yeka ho asam eye compound ba ko ekoni pedwamu a ma chemical biara virus biara ho ode mba from bacteria biara ebre na ho ode no ase se de be ya wapomodi ebesipi na sita minu mienu di ho adanse se ene enuane a yedi no ye enuane atosode awodo no chemicals awodo edi guso no eka wo biem ene enyarewa adoso eno nti victory garlic mixture do ye bon wo dero ye dro bia obi bia mpedro we bi no esanse se wonu medro we ya chemical biara ko ni pedwanum se afa aduane a wodi ye mu ena ko market sa enam awodo e ma menum ebi mu preserve ebi mu de formalin ena wo mu de preserve enam ni bi allegedly eno nti ye catch yourself enam chemicals awodo edi gu anuane so ye digu ye number ye so amayare wa adoso per victory garlic mixture do we bi na hye wo no se na be ya chemical bi akọ ni pedwanum sa afa ensuom sa afa aduanim ana afa mframa akọ ni pedwanum sa edro akọ ni pedwanum a chemical biara be fa na nyoma afi ni pedwanum apomode ACP na asita ekita magnesium esanso ekita potassium sa menu amabodi ya mecha wi se ekọ ni pedwanum a ebo regulate your blood and sugar level anything na me say we obi a wo diabetes or pressure enya da ne da nyina ye catch you say wonu victory garlic mixture na say wo diabetes or pressure per victory garlic mixture ununum bia esan magnesium any potassium component na ewo monenti no ebebu regulate your blood and sugar level no the amount obi wo no ma enduo no wanoma enko wanoma to so say unum no magnesium components enko ni pedwanum potassium components enko ni pedwanum anything that Dr. Amakwatena say hunu say victory garlic mixture e draw woni mo bi o diabetes or pressure me si pedro bi fama ne keke na obeda wase afen so me ba me nuanom emma no so we oba we feature comment say wo menses no eba na enu nansa na atwa obu wonom wose nansa me menses no emmeyie per victory garlic mixture do ni bi eya moja mo adwuma ebe ma moja na ebia akota afa ko a emma wo menses ni meye ni nyina no ebeba wieye obi wo honom so a onya ne menses a obi a wo fidie no mu nyina bete ne nka menstrual pain ofemu anyasem ketwa obobena ontimi nkwa adwuma ontimi nidi se unya menstrual disorder ana menstrual pain per victory garlic mixture mesra ukoto adro na ka kire nipa se o per victory garlic mixture adro no a ye de garlic nya nka ene ewo e de afra chemical bia enka ho ye mfa preservative bia enwumu ene nti unum a nya hototo se ebetimi abom apomode ACP na sita makacho se metimi de mensa du ne mena aka wasi mebo se victory garlic mixture adansi ankofo edie no ebo adwe no entiase so eno adam kopie mu o Madina na medu Madina pharmacy shop bako apane umi wasimi nua bema victory garlic mixture eduru anu mo ensoto na nipa na beto ni nyina de ko o ba so no ka kire wo mo se eni eduru we ya pa wo so mo mpe wo mo dia ye victory garlic mixture enu bi na wono ma ebetimi abo sa kwan no eso uyo bia we fu akese bebri doctor actually se wenya eye meche cholesterol se we fu akese bebri me pacho lemon ya de ba ko ye de victory garlic mixture ekita component bia ye friend soluble fiber na soluble fiber e ekoni pedwemu brano a eboa e reduce nipa okese ene nti obi wo ma wafu ayekese bebre wafu ni size and ayekese obi wo e fat anadwedidie ni nyina eka ho bi yesi per victory garlic mixture do ni bifesi wo nchana no se de be ebetimi abomo apomoden ACP na sita uyo droba ni tiemi uyo obi a wo ya atenase adwuma uye ejaso adwuma ana uye ewiaso adwuma e wona se wonti nu atwetwom obu onum wa wo na se ni nipaduanum ehhehye no inflammation me so per victory garlic mixture do ni bi na no efie na wo cha se wo nonum a enkosi na wotwe be se ne wo de nase ema ye se ya boa mo so apomode ACP na sita uye bema uye oba ana uye obi a papa panimu bi ade ba ko ha no se odwonso na edutwa sisi odwonso na ne diso kwan mu na eye ne ya obi dwonso na echire hyehye no obi wo odwonso eba enkakra pieces kakra bia na odwonso ewe embama ne nsi na sa babiom mesi per victory garlic mixture ndo ni bia no nom ennuane nwa wodu e wo mu no bebo se de be ya odwonso twa no mu ohaw bia ba mu bia no ni nyina betimi akoda wo so wanya apomudere mapa na waka se ye waduro e na ye wo aduro obi wo no na koma ebo ne periperi oya bi kakra bia na wabre dwumade kuma bi na wabre enkane no na wotimi ye adwuma ma wa hu se adwuma na wuye sesi a bi kakra bia na wabre obi wo no moja ntimi pompi ye nkwa akoma no ka ho enu nti per victory garlic mixture eno ni bi na no nom se de be ya wonso ebetimi abo se de be akoma no ebetimi abo na abo normal wo ho no ma untimi ni di ye obi wo aye ne kase anajo onfa na nkona ni da ade ache no na afiansa na opese woda per victory garlic mixture obi a wontimi na unum victory garlic mixture edro no a ekita vitamin B6 ekita soluble fiber ekita magnesium potassium phosphorus we nyina ye nnuane nwa wodu ekɔ ni padwan mu a eboma ni padwan nya hodin esipi na esanso esita ene ntime catch us sesia no utie mia per victory garlic mixture edro ni nie ma me papa wo fie wo se obi wo hono mu a wadi ni fie ekɔ nanim edro we se pa ho de se ennuane nwa wodu e wo mu no ehia se ekɔ ni padwan mu ebra no na aboa mu apomuden esipi na esita ho na wo nase atata ho na wo nsa ayo titiriti obi wo obeda be sori bia na ne nsa ayo titiriti ma me papa se edwowa memma wadwene emfiri so sane se yade bi na ebo won kaye no yade bi a eba ni padwam mu a eden kaibo bi bre ni padwanum ye we bre ho ma yadwen enkosa enkaibo no so ho na won sa ayo titiriti wo se na won nase atatai wodo nsa esi wonan so abo se na akotom ma me papa menua ba ma po hu modern se am no kase obepe edro victory garlic mixture bebi eto edro bia da e wo Ghana ha wo de odru ho a wo se ope victory garlic mixture ana say we a pharmacy shop we be eto edro license chemical shop ope dodo eto ato ope bia ato obe se oni endi hu enkomo so abefre 0242 54 5633 0242 54 5633 and I said 020 129 3280. Your numbers you know and the Juma or ya so ye mixture a victory garlic mixture. Victory garlic mixture. O be a infection be a numbi, o menses and be ya nunumbi. O be a ujuso channel or so a bankumakuma numbi. Infection be how also numbi. Before I can say we cholesterol e hawa numbi or diabetes or pressure num victory garlic mixture e bebo asa kwan no so e wana wona sia time wonsa etaye otititi per victory garlic mixture eno ne nwa wodwe wo mu no e bebo ma won so wonya pomode mapa na wo de aseda edi aman se dia foforo edi aseda eni kabia wo mo edi emaye no eno ti awia we me catch you say ukwa Kings Walk Heba obenya bi wo no wato PFA Pharmacy udu obenya bi na nso wato Habe Pharmacy Kolinak enso obenya Misty Heba udu ono mo a obenya bi na wato to Ghana ha be bibia ye ton aduro bia da afri enkran kuma seta kwade sunya ne be bibia da udu ono ma wo se wo pe victory garlic mixture pebina no nom se de be ya wapomuden ebesipi na esita moja be dia fusanie woni padwanum ebe boa ohu ni padwanum aka che ose wo ho no mu akokro woni padwanu emu ade ba ko a oba Ghana ya adwene nkoso no se yedidi ko ni padwanum ebra no nanso ye ohu ye ni padwam oda se ni bia ohu ni padwam no de bia onya apomuden mapa eno tinum bongo modern se ebra no oba ohu ni padwanum se de be ya wunti ni mu a esisi kameka bia ko ni padwanum ni nyina betimi aba abonten wa pomuden SCP na esita ene wi enwumem ni besi ya na mama numbers no ebium wo frɛ numbers no a doctor Mwako ene apomuden enim di form mutima mo biom no bedi nkomo de ha obi afato yanim edro we de opebitum a unu hu da ebi sida ene ti 0242 54 56 33 and I said 020 129 3280 victory garlic mixture o de akwa you say oh we ni adwuma pe catch and say wo de dia wonim eye victory garlic mixture ebebo mo apomodem SCPS tanta buso ni nyina da momfa mo ho ento victory garlic mixture so na be hunu say ye waduro bi ho no mo a ebo mo apomodem SCP na esita ene wi anwum
Yebeda a victory garlic mixture for say a drew papa pow yaro pebina no na embo ye a victory garlic mixture and no na yakonum binitibunum binembo ye papa lo yakwa samba budget ya na yehwe nim kwan say presentation be koso na bibia etumi ada de niam sa na wo hwe nim say budget 2026 ebetumi PPM na yehu se no kre budget we aban papa ba na reset oh my god
Nico number 1 me sure say won say answer na his excellency Baba Power no or Bobby say taxes be over scrappy and me sure say this budget dolly this time no e be a covid
budget some call for complaining
this budget will scrap it off I'm sure
okay
and I'm suspecting to say and I'm to say VAT
this
about 29% we know
21.9
you better so about around 20
oh nya bad
say that's you 1%
when come send them say nya bad
and be share say me can big push that
yes
the big push
yes
every 32 kilometers into any major city in Ghana they will dualize the road
okay
and I won't say of Anchor road there and people from the 8 years someone to me after all the momudis can they are going to finish complete it and last meeting say president say contractor be a man ejuma so onya no so when we ejuma the reasoning is not because money is not available. What it means is money is going to be available for every contract. Most of the people cut it or and every major city in 32 kilometers to the city, they will dualize the road 2 here. It will have some side roads anyway. And I was telling you, sir, the 24-hour economy, they are going to revolutionize it around the Volta Basin. They will expand that place, the river ports, railway, so we can cut goods from the north to the south. And don't forget, President Nwashabo concerning free education. So education, we're going to revolutionize most of the e-blocks now. And complete them. Open access. See, school be soon. They are going to make sure that teachers are having some bungalows attached to them. And people, when we say we are now for S-rays, people are laughing at because of
but then
the government is going to make sure say all these things are revolution. I mean, going to almost say if in every compound yet me 20 poor, it means Christmas times people are going to depend on their own and we are not going to import a lot of poultry products in this animal. And a national employment NIEP program Ejumera. I'm training some of the people.
Okay.
I trained them last 2 weeks. Me training coming week is training. Model. Every group. People head into farming, hairdressing. It cuts across every sector of the AE.
Wow.
So we are training about Accra Technical University. We train about 71 people to train. I'm one of the facilitators.
Okay.
I took them through the first one, leadership in AE. This time we are going to do governance, how to run any legal requirements anyway. So all these things are going to fall within the budget to make sure, say, the promises that His Excellency, government will make sure they deliver on those promises. And then we have this ICT is going to be expanded. This how do you call it? There was a name they were calling for them. This data entry, like over 100,000 codes anyway. All these things are going to be done.
Yes.
And don't forget 2026. I believe also that Ghana has qualified for the World Cup. And the government is that will also fall within the
and football fraternity and Metati news we know almost say Honorable Sports Minister, Honorable Kofi Adams say ono the on support is a government no be way but corporate world no and corporate
that is his view but
that is his view but and the name say or say osusu say the corporate Ghana bet me as sponsor
whatever
but what's happened there and
as for people
and
to
the honorable
I disagree with that one. Government will definitely
or support was what happened 48 na no more country bia no cof even Nigeria playoff for mobile anybody Nigeria government as sponsor ma omo the supporters if Nigeria come Morocco
for me
government
of Ghana
why not government of the other support
up to 1,000 people crack Ghanaians there's nothing wrong with that.
What's all
Canada and the US
Mexico
the three countries Canada US and Mexico
anyway I'm saying government may support corporate Ghana so beboa na bibia etumi akonkai
I think these are all things are beboa to and you see and with those things the economy will expand. Gold board is in place. I am even suggesting that we should also be thinking about sugar board and then rice board. Our major staples now are imported.
Sugar His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Bervampo, Commander Sugar Factory.
And yes, also they are doing this an interim management committee in place. We are working on it seriously. Yes, I prepare rice and other
supporting. Quality to me compete with foreign ones.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Agriculture, I'm sure they will focus on me for me.
Now, won't get on per backyard, they be yebi. I'm a 200 more born now. Me, then be a duma, me see or committee 25 or no. Maka design my yama to the extent that my baby is orchard. Baby, I saw
rabbit, rabbitry name. Nkukoni one more.
Maybe me water credit.
Okay.
Me ye nkukon kete water credit.
But me was assessing so war. Sugar copper. 300 by 300. Me pesa me de buy poultry ni.
One per partnership.
Oh, Nico pesa ya no problem.
Ma kona ye ne haxa fu so ndin komo se madu. Embra haxa capsules ne mixture. Me patcho also yem kra unye binuma ebebo ye papa. Nti se madu ye ne haxa fu edin komo. E from King Nicholas me lawyer where we brown wa ha. Ye share a year budget 2026 presentation honorable Ato a year bar force and doctor obe presente wo a year on the floor of parliament. Ti go so Kaisa hana Ghana kasa hana Ghana ti yankwe na ye ne haxa funding komosmadu ye ba ye to adwumadi ne so
ne ka haxa mix na capsules na ye pese kire se eye aduro ba akopa esa yade ba akope na yade a esa eye stomach ulcer ye funum kro ebia alcohol hospital doctors wonya stomach ulcer anase ebia ye ka kire se wonya gastritis anase wonya peptic ulcer anase wonya eye esophageal ulcer me pacho ni nyina no eye ulcer kro na emom no ba bia beto no ana ye de tudin me ka kire se ulcer na ye ka ulcer eye kro nemom no ba bia beto wo nipadua nim no ne atudin enti wudidi na aduane ko gu yem a wo yem honom no me pacho ho na ekuro ni to ani afa no gastric ulcer anase gastritis anase se ekuro no ekoto onsuru nkutu ani mu a ne afa no duodenal ulcer ana afa nsusu no won se droben bi anase pipe bi sen wa hanum sei eno na wudidi a aduane ni form na ko gu yem no esophagus no me pacho eno ekuro ni to mu ani afa no esophageal ulcer na ulcer ni nyina no me pacho anu aduro eye haxamisa ne capsules a me pacho eye ntafo ye num bom ema ulcer ye de edwane medical yanka jiro se sa aduro yi a doctor fo maako mienu miensa kosi enso na akomutia bom de adwenkyere abade nimde kwan so aye aduro no mo ye no ansa yade mienu ansa yade miensa ansa yade nan yade ba ko pe stomach ulcer ye funum kro ana esentime pacho unim obi na stomach ulcer etete no wonso ana ebia stomach ulcer aju nipadua na boso ma unhu ne wonya ho a mepato kona kope haxamisa ene ne capsule si bi no ayede wano no ama ulcer na se ayede atu na eba ne sen na stomach ulcer doctors wonya bi eba ne sen na sebio oyam ho no ne ekuro eba ye makasi ye causes ne factors a ekofa stomach ulcer ede ba na cause a mepato etimidi stomach ulcer ede ba eye emwa wa ye from eye bacteria infections a yemfa ye ni huoma obroni from microorganisms saa me paucho omo no na omo de saa yade e fe no stomach ulcer bi eba na saa emwa yi me pacho ye environment and as ye surroundings as sebio ahunini no ye entime koso ho no no me pacho ho ana mo se ana se won so wako ajanan bia akọ ye ohunye wontimi ahohoro nsa wontimi amfa semna anu nsuo ahohoro nsa ma wonsa ho anya krojen odi akọ so aduanim ade awura no ma eba ne saa na emwa we binya kwan bowura ni paduanim no ma akọ se oyem ho no na afi no omdo oye ne kase ye den ede ebrew won so obu ho no a otena trotro mu sana abrebia tai kano trotro ka yetrem nipa hudo na yede etenamu obu won ma na sebio o sai bi oni nipadua ni memwo wa bi H pylori mo bi oni nipadua ni mu osinizi ye ba abonten no ohome no eden na ebi ayeden abo ede awura na ni nyina echi no stomach ulcer ne de eba na dro eye ba kope eye haxamisa ene ne capsule so kope bi na no no ma me pacho yade bi abeden ebedwane na me pacho yen hwe ade bi won soso a sebio eye obi sebi ejanan anase obi afie ofi na ebi a ugina ne nchen to ofi ye no amasebio etirem prompro no ebi bogu so amasebio ebi kura kowonu mu a so oni pa kono 8 pylori mo woni bi ahunu ne se won so no automatically won so wanya eye 8 pylori mo woni bi na omuko woni padua mu sa na ade ati ne nyina no na omo multiply omo ye bebre omo doso omo to ntabe kakra no na fe omanya eye emo woni bebre ewo ni padua nim eno nti no sani anopa obi sorry a onum koko sani anopa obi sorry onum tin sani anopa obi sorry a ebia odi aduane ahodo no omwa wa nsusu aduane a omope eye wiyefunu ne nkataso eye stomach line no eno na ade echi awia anwumre na omo boni mu ntokru sa nom de ekuro ababa beto oyem ho no ana afa nsusu no mepacho ye wo factors bi a eboa ma mepacho eye ulcer ebeye kase anase ne ya no ebeye kase ebiti se stress mepacho ye stress ye hom anopa awia anaju ye twa ye ho no mesi ye hormones bi a release a ye friend cortisol na sa hormones ye release pa eboa ma gastric acid a mepacho onyankopon abodie mu no eno na begu aduane ye digu ye nipadua nim no na atumi ayede anyam no na atumi ama emu ne pa no awurawe ye nipadua nim no mepacho sa acid no sa hormones ye release ye friend cortisol no eboa ma ne ye bebre na se koye bebre nso so a na anya kwan bowura eye baabia ye stomach line no wa na linings no na akwakofa yefunu kro e dia bro ye wo lifestyle bia obu won mo wadidi anopa awia anwumre okwa akoda wanya noodles bia me pacho spices a shane ma me pacho on to me na enu nto so ba now be follow the same trend and as the same lifestyle na ene ye sebi o papa nya stomach ulcer sebi o ma me nya stomach ulcer won so obenya stomach ulcer say dia na wo papa ye no the same thing na won so ye den o ye ana ye wo ade bi te say sebi o eye ensanom analysis garage ni nyina no eboa ma stomach ulcer ebe ye kase wo ni power brabom ensise ne nso say wo stomach ulcer ube jaisa enyoma we nyina me bobo so ibi na wakwakope haxamisa ne capsule so ibi no anonom na bibia akoyie na eno na me cho say symptoms bia e wo ho say obehunu say wanya stomach ulcer ebia unya nko hospital ema ye diagnose unconscious wanya stomach ulcer obehe udidi anaduane na so wafuru ayekutu wafuru nyina ayemma me pacho obu won ma odidi kutu bia na ne honam nyina agira no say aduane no asesemebo aduane na seseme kon ho aduane na mates onhu ne onya ne ho me pacho the symptoms no ebe no not just ulcer na ebo wonka ye no kona kope haxamisa ene no capsule so ibi no anonom na bibia ye den atoyie e de ama ulcer symptoms ba akoso so obu won ma ne de no
policy of government. I respectfully request that the Hansa department captures the entire budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2026. Mr. Speaker, I accordingly present the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2026. Right Honorable Speaker, again in accordance with law, I will also lay before this House the following statutory reports. The first will be the 2025 annual report on petroleum funds, and the second will be the 2025 annual report on the collection and utilization of the African Union import levy, in line with Section 7 of the African Union Levy Act 2017, Act 952. Mr. Speaker, in the course of 2026, and pursuant to Article 36(5), I will cause to be laid before Parliament on behalf of the President a coordinated program of economic and social development policies, including agriculture and industrial programs at all levels and in all the regions of Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, I will also present the following bills, regulations, and memoranda for consideration by this House. Speaker, the bills and regulations will be the following: the Value for Money Bill, the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill, the Value Added Tax Bill, the COVID-19 Health Recovery Repeal Bill, the Ghana Education Trust Fund Amendment Bill, the National Insurance Amendment Bill, the Public Procurement Regulation, request for approval for a revised investment policy of the Ghana Petroleum Funds in line with Section 31A of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815. And finally, a request for approval to implement an AI-powered trade data analytics system to support customs revenue mobilization and enhance trade facilitation. Mr. Speaker, I stand before this House humbled by the confidence reposed in me by His Excellency the President to deliver his second budget under his reset agenda. Mr. Speaker, when this administration took office, we met an economy in distress, weighed down by debt, weakened by mismanagement, and stripped of confidence. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 budget, the 2025 budget was our first act of courage, a declaration that Ghana would rise again through reforms, discipline, and visionary leadership. Right Honorable Speaker, the theme for this year's budget draws from the President's profound words in his 2025 State of the Nation address, when he declared that, Mr. Speaker, quote, "Today, inspired by Almighty God and propelled by the massive mandate given to me by the people of Ghana, I am moved to make a purposeful and bold declaration that I, John Dramani Mahama, will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on the path of growth and sustainability." Right Honorable Speaker, it is with that same conviction that I present the 2026 budget under the theme Resetting for Growth, Jobs and Economic Transformation. Mr. Speaker, under President Mahama's leadership, this government has chosen a harder but higher road, the road of reform, renewal, and resilience. We have restored fiscal discipline, brought inflation under control, stabilized the cedi, and rekindled investor confidence. This is not just a recovery, it is a reset. It is a story of a nation that refused to stay down. This is a rebirth from the ashes of daunting inheritance, the heavy burden laid upon us by the previous administration. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed a revival forged amid the tempest of hopes harbored by the ordinary Ghanaian, whose spirit has long been weathered by 8 years of hardship, impoverishment, and shadows of deception. Mr. Speaker, it is the story of Ghanaians who endured hardships with dignity and held on to hope when the road was rough. Right Honorable Speaker, you have learned a powerful truth. The truth is that fiscal discipline is the backbone of national progress. Mr. Speaker, there is no shortcut to responsible economic mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, there is no shortcut for responsible economic management. Never again must we allow recklessness, waste, and indiscipline to define how we handle the people's money. Right Honorable Speaker, President Mahama has made it clear that under his watch, the integrity of our public finances will remain sacred. Mr. Speaker, confidence is returning. The Black Star is rising once more. Ghana is back, strong, stable, and full of hope. And yes, our Black Stars are heading to the World Cup. Right Honorable Speaker, without renewed energy and optimism, this budget is about building on the foundation we have laid, turning stability into opportunity and opportunity into prosperity. On behalf of His Excellency the President, I extend my deepest gratitude to organized labor, the employers' associations, and workers of Ghana who work with government to successfully agree on the national minimum wage and base pay for 2026. ahead of this budget, reflecting our shared vision of fairness, stability, and productivity. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 budget marks a decisive shift from recovery to transformation, from resilience to productivity, and from stability to jobs. Mr. Speaker, over the next year and beyond, government will focus on 3 priorities to reset for growth, jobs, and transformation. Speaker, the first will be consolidating the macroeconomic stability. The second will be accelerating economic transformation and job creation. And finally, strengthening security and social sector for inclusive growth. Right Honorable Speaker, our vision is clear. A Ghana that produces more than it consumes. A Ghana that exports value-added goods, not just raw materials. A Ghana where jobs are decent, incomes are rising, and opportunities shared by all. And, Mr. Speaker, a Ghana where every citizen lives with dignity and pride. Mr. Speaker, that is the Ghana we are building. A Ghana powered by discipline, driven by vision, and anchored on shared prosperity. Right Honorable Speaker, having outlined the guiding theme and vision for this budget, I now turn to the state of the Ghanaian economy as at October 2025. Mr. Speaker, and to show where we stand, what we have achieved, and where we are headed. After that, I'll present the policies, priorities, and resource allocation that will drive Ghana's growth, jobs, and economic transformation in 2026 and beyond. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of the year, we inherited a painful effect of the fiscal slippages of 2024. Pressures that weighed heavily on households and businesses and public finances. Mr. Speaker, confidence was fragile. Inflation remained elevated. The exchange rate was unstable, and the public debt was elevated. Yet, through visionary leadership, fiscal discipline, and policy consistency, the tide has finally turned. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economy has now recovered, marked by renewed investor confidence and an improved macroeconomic outlook. Mr. Speaker, I'll now give you real sector performance. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economy has regained its rhythm. Real GDP expanded by 6.3% in the first half of 2025, up from 5.1% in the same period of 2024, driven by stronger agriculture and service, lower inflation, and renewed business confidence. Non-oil GDP grew by 7.8%, showing that our growth is now powered by domestic production. Mr. Speaker, the service sector remains the heartbeat of recovery, surging 8.8% with ICT up 17.2%, finance and insurance up 9.5%, and education up 14.9%. Agriculture, the backbone of stability, also grew by 6%, doubling that of last year. Mr. Speaker, cocoa rebound from a sharp 21.4%, contracting to 2.8% growth. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the targeted farm support and smarter policies. Industry held steady despite reduced oil output. Manufacturing rose 6.3% and construction 4.0%, reflecting reliable energy and revived infrastructure projects. On the demand side, Right Honorable Speaker, household consumption grew by 8.2%, reflecting stronger household confidence. Government spending also slowed to 3.7%, proving fiscal discipline. The Speaker, export grew 11.5%, led by gold, cocoa, and non-traditional export. This is the growth that creates jobs, lifts incomes, and builds lasting stability. The Speaker, I now take you to price development. Right Honorable Speaker, inflation has fallen faster than anyone imagined, from 23.8% in December 2024 to 8% by October 2025. Ghana is back to a single-digit inflation. This was not by sheer luck. It is the outcome of disciplined fiscal policy, steady monetary management, stable exchange rates, and strong domestic production. Together, these have restored confidence, stabilized the city, and eased the pressure on families and businesses. Food inflation reduced from 27.8% to 9.5%. Prices of everyday food such as tomatoes, garden eggs, okra, and fish are finally falling. Mr. Speaker, non-food inflation also dropped from 20.3% to 6.9%, supported by steady fuel prices and lower import costs. Right, Honorable Speaker, this progress proves that sound policies brings real relief. Sound policies brings real relief. So, Speaker, both imported and local price pressures are now contained. Right, Honorable Speaker, the task ahead is to sustain this stability by keeping fiscal discipline, boosting food security, and ensuring strong coordination between the fiscal and monetary authorities. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to fiscal performance. Mr. Speaker, 2025 marked one of Ghana's strongest fiscal turnaround in decades. The primary balance on commitment basis swung from a 3% deficit in 2024 to a 1.6% surplus by September 2025, exceeding the target and proving that discipline delivers results. Mr. Speaker, reforms in revenue mobilization and spending controls anchored this recovery. The removal of nuisance e-levy did not weaken revenue. Broader tax reforms and efficient gains lifted non-oil tax revenue to 8.7% of GDP, up from 7.8% in 2024. On expenditure, government tightened non-priority spending whilst protecting key investment in the sectors. So, Speaker, Treasury bill rates have fallen, saving 8.8% in interest from January to September. So, Speaker, 8.8 billion from January to September. So, Speaker, public debt dropped to its lowest in a decade, and Ghana's debt risk has been reclassified from high to moderate. These gains have created space for social and capital investment, eased external debt pressures, and restored investor confidence. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana's fiscal consolidation is now credible, sustainable, and homegrown, a model of responsibility that turns stability into progress and ensures every city works for the Ghanaian people. So, Speaker, I take you to social protection. Right, Honorable Speaker, even as we pursue fiscal consolidation, government protected and expanded social spending to cushion vulnerable households. Allocations to social protection programs increased to 0.9% of GDP, up from 0.6% in 2024. Mr. Speaker, these targeted interventions reflect our conviction that economic stability must translate into social progress. Mr. Speaker, I will now give you an update on power purchase agreements, renegotiations, and other reforms in the energy sector. Right, Honorable Speaker, when this administration took office, Ghana's energy sector was saddled with about $1.4 billion United States dollars in debt to independent power producers, a ticking fiscal bomb, I call it. Mr. Speaker, today, that burden has been lessened. We have renegotiated all power purchase agreements led by Ghanaian experts at no cost to the state, saving over $250 million and restructuring 1.1 billion Ghana cedis over a four-year period. Mr. Speaker, government is now fully current on payment, clearing $300 million United States dollars in 2025 year to date, and allocating $345 million United States dollars for 2026. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, we are not accruing new arrests in energy sector. Solar tariffs, projects like BXC and Mineji have dropped from 18 to 6.5 cents per kilowatt hour, cutting costs and expanding access. Mr. Speaker, this was achieved as part of the renegotiation. Mr. Speaker, the Electricity Company of Ghana revenues has risen almost 90% from 900 million to 1.7 billion Ghana cedis per month. Thanks to better enforcement of the cash waterfall mechanism. The Speaker, I repeat, ECG's revenue has improved by almost 90% per month, from 900 Ghana cedis per month to 1.7 billion Ghana cedis per calendar month. Mr. Speaker, I'll now give you an update on the audit of arrears and payables. Mr. Speaker, upon assuming office, government was confronted with outstanding arrears and payables totaling 68.8 billion Ghana cedis, comprising 50.5 billion in unpaid invoices and interim payment certificate (IPCs) and 18.3 billion in outstanding bank transfer advices (BTs). Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of our pledge to protect the public purse and ensure value for money, we commissioned the Auditor General, working directly with PwC and EY, to conduct an independent validation of these arrests and commitment. Mr. Speaker, as I informed this August House during the media review of the 2025 budget, this special audit covered all verified arrests and commitment as at end December 2024. The objective was to establish the legitimacy of the claims, identify irregularities, and address the fiscal risk arising from the accumulation of these arrests and outstanding commitment. Mr. Speaker, the exercise has now been completed, and the Auditor General is finalizing his report for submission to Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, the findings are troubling and very damning. Very damning. Mr. Speaker, out of the 68.8 billion, Mr. Speaker, I'll give headline numbers whilst we wait for the Auditor General to submit the report next week. Mr. Speaker, out of the 68.8 billion payable submitted for audit, 47.8 billion cedis was validated. Mr. Speaker, an additional 8.6 billion Ghana cedis remains under review, pending further validation due to inadequate documentation, missing third-party confirmation, and lack of supporting document. Mr. Speaker, these yet to be validated claims may be legitimate, but further evidence will be required before they can be recognized. But, Right Honorable Speaker, about 10.4 billion Ghana cedis in claims were rejected. Mr. Speaker, due to duplications, recycled IPCs, inflated invoices, falsified stores receipt advice, and instances of no work but demanding money. Right Honorable Speaker, out of the rejected amount, about 1 billion Ghana cedis, comprising BTAs, bank transfer advices, that had already been processed by the Ministry of Finance and were ready for payment by the Controlling Accountant General and Bank of Ghana, were rejected. The Speaker, without this audit, these claims would have been paid, underscoring the importance of vigilance and verification. Mr. Speaker, about 2 billion Ghana cedis was also reclassified from claims to BTS. Right Honorable Speaker, the report is ready and it will be submitted and the detail may be discussed by this House. Mr. Speaker, this audit has not only saved the nation billions in potential losses, but also restored accountability, strengthened expenditure controls, and reaffirmed this government's unwavering commitment to fiscal discipline and transparency. The Speaker, we have identified an abuse in the use of import declaration forms, IDFs. Mr. Speaker, I'll give you the update. Right Honorable Speaker, our investigation into Ghana's import system exposed a staggering abuse of import declaration forms, a tool meant to support legitimate trade, but now hijacked for illicit transfers and tax evasion. Mr. Speaker, between April 2020 and August 2025, over 525,000 transactions amounting to an equivalent of $83 billion were processed through ICOPS. Mr. Speaker, surprisingly, this amount of $83.83 billion were transferred from Ghana in the name of imports. But surprisingly, Mr. Speaker, only 10,440 of these transactions were linked to actual imports. Mr. Speaker, an equivalent of 31 billion US dollars in transactions were transferred abroad with no goods imported into the country. Mr. Speaker, this leaks bleeds our reserves, weakens the Ghana cedi, and deprive the economy of resources that should have been used to build schools, roads, and hospitals. Mr. Speaker, the audit also reveals that some importers underdeclared values to hide about 76 billion cedis in imports, denying Ghana about 11 billion Ghana cedis in potential revenue between 2020 to 2025 August. Mr. Speaker, other importers inflated transfer values, aided by some banks that ignored the $200,000 US ceiling set by the central bank. Over 17,700 IDF applications broke this limit, channeling an equivalent of about 20 billion United States dollars in unverified transactions out of Ghana. Right, Honorable Speaker, this was not a loophole. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, this was not a loophole. It was an organized system for exploitation. In fact, an organized crime. Mr. Speaker, persons and institutions behind these activities are being referred to the Attorney General, Economic and Organized Crime Office, the FIC, and CID for investigation. Mr. Speaker, also, the Ghana Revenue Authority will establish a special recovery unit to reclaim all this lost revenue between this period. Right, Honorable Speaker, government has since acted decisively. An interagency committee will now audit all imported related transfers going forward. The Bank of Ghana will also match every forex transfer with verified import data. The Speaker, we are drawing a hard line. Every dollar leaving Ghana must deliver real value for the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's public debt is firmly on downward path. Mr. Speaker, by October 2025, total debt had fallen from 726.7 billion Ghana cedis, or 61.8% of GDP in 2024, to 630.2 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent of 45% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, marking one of the sharpest decline in our history. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in over a decade, we have recorded a negative rate of debt accumulation from a positive 19.1% in 2024 to a negative 13.3% in 2025. Mr. Speaker, this turnaround reflects fiscal discipline, prudent borrowing, and stronger cedi, showing that Ghana's reforms are being measured, Mr. Speaker, and they are showing results. At home, domestic debt market has rebounded. Treasury bill have dropped by 1,600 basis points, with the 91-day Treasury bill at 10.7 from 28.9, the lowest in 14 years. Mr. Speaker, government has paid 20.3 billion Ghana cedis in bond coupons, restoring trust and market liquidity. Mr. Speaker, Eurobond prices are up by 17%, yield down by 300 basis points, and investor confidence is back. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has entered a new era of debt sustainability, anchored on discipline, transparency, and fiscal sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, I'll give an update on sovereign credit ratings. Right, Honorable Speaker, All three major international rating agencies have upgraded Ghana's, affirming new faith in our macroeconomic management. In June 2025, Fitch lifted Ghana from restricted default to B-. Again, Moody's in October upgraded Ghana to Caa1. And Mr. Speaker, in November, a couple of weeks ago, S&P also upgraded Ghana to B-/B. The Speaker, together, these upgrades marks a global vote of confidence. Ghana is once again credible, stable, and open for business. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I take you to monetary and financial sector performance. Right, Honorable Speaker, monetary policy in 2025 stayed tight but effective, thanks to prudent management by the central bank and the governor. The Speaker, the Bank of Ghana cut broad money growth to 16.6% and base money to 4.5%, sterilizing 55 billion Ghana cedis to stabilize the cedi and lock in the lowest inflation in 4 years. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana's external sector remained strong in 2025. The current account surplus rose to 3.2% of GDP from 2%, driven by robust gold and cocoa export, higher remittance, and strict import management. The Speaker, a $2.1 billion United States dollar trade surplus and growth in non-traditional exports showed a more diversified economy. The Ghana cedi appreciated against the US dollar from 16.35 Ghana cedi to the US dollar in November 2024 to 10 cedi 92 pesos as at 10th November 2025. The Speaker, this represents a rare appreciation of 35%, reflecting sound fiscal and monetary policy management. Right, Honorable Speaker, this stability lowered debt costs and eased inflation. Gold and cocoa powered the recovery. Gold earnings rose 68% to 11.2 billion United States dollars. Speaker, cocoa rose 170% to 2.47 billion United States dollars. Whilst oil dipped to 1.83 billion. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana's rising export firm reserves, and a stable cedi confirms one thing, that Ghana's recovery is real, disciplined, and indeed lasting. So, Speaker, take you to sectorial performance. Right, Honorable Speaker, the story of Ghana's economic recovery in 2025 is best told through the work of our ministries, departments, and agencies. Across every sector, from agriculture and industry to governance, infrastructure and human development, performance in 2025 reflects disciplined execution and innovation. The Speaker, our task now is to sustain this momentum. We will boost productivity in agriculture and industry, accelerate infrastructure delivery, and strengthen governance and skills development. Sector ministers will present their outlook in detail, but the message is clear. Ghana is rebounding with purpose and rising with promise. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 medium-term policy objectives and targets is what I'm now going to present. Right, Honorable Speaker, as we enter 2026, our mission is clear: to turn the hard-won stability of 2025 into shared prosperity. Mr. Speaker, the sacrifices made by Ghanaians over the past year have restored hope and confidence in our economy. Inflation is down, the city is stronger, and growth has regained momentum. Mr. Speaker, our fiscal strategy will match discipline with compassion. Our key fiscal policy priorities for 2026 are as follows. First will be to maintain fiscal discipline by sustaining a primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP on a commitment basis. Speaker, the second is to mobilize domestic resources through continuous implementation of our medium-term revenue strategy. Speaker, will promote value for money and rationalize spending, ensuring that every city delivers value for citizens whilst eliminating leakages and inefficiency. And finally, Mr. Speaker, protect priority social spending in education, health and social protection, to shield the poor and sustain human capital development. The Speaker, in 2026, Our monetary and exchange rate strategy will safeguard stability and drive growth, keep inflation low, the city strong, and confidence high. And that will be our monetary and exchange rate strategy. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana will stay data-driven and cautious, holding inflation within the targeted band of 8 ± 2 and easing only when safe. Speaker, the Central Bank is doing a good job. Right, Honorable Speaker, to advance our medium-term macroeconomic goal of stability, resilience, and shared prosperity, government has set bold but achievable macroeconomic targets for 2026 fiscal year and the medium term. Mr. Speaker, over the medium term, from 2026 to 2028, real GDP is set to rise steadily, averaging about 4.9% at the minimum. Non-oil GDP is programmed to grow around 5% at the minimum. Mr. Speaker, inflation will stay within 8 ± 2% targeted band, reflecting a firm grip on price stability. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal balance will remain strong, with the primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP from 2026 onwards. And right, Honorable Speaker, gross international reserves are expected to provide at least 3 months of import cover over the medium term. Right, Honorable Speaker, for the year 2026, we will achieve the following at the minimum. Real GDP growth of at least 4.8%, driven by continued expansion in infrastructure and service sectors, agriculture as well. Non-oil GDP, Mr. Speaker, at least 4.9%. End-year inflation for next year will be at least 8% ± 2. Mr. Speaker, primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis in line with our fiscal responsibility framework to sustain discipline and debt sustainability. Gross international reserves of not less than 3 months of import cover, covering a strong external sector and a strong defense for the Ghana city. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's fiscal strategy over the medium term is to lock in stability and turn it into lasting growth. From 2026, government will sustain a primary surplus of at least 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis each year, anchoring fiscal discipline and debt sustainability. Mr. Speaker, revenue and grant are projected to rise from 16.4% of GDP in 2025 to 16.9% in 2026, reaching 17% by 2029, driven by stronger tax administration. Right, Honorable Speaker, our focus is on expanding the tax net, not overburden existing taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, expenditure growth will remain disciplined, rising modestly from 15% of GDP in 2025 to 15.4% in 2026. As a result, the fiscal deficit will narrow sharply from 2.8% of GDP in 2025 to 2% in 2026 and 2.1% by 2029. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, government will target a primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP, consistent with our fiscal anchor. The overall fiscal deficit on commitment basis is projected at 2.2% of GDP. On cash basis, the overall fiscal deficit is projected at 4% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, this fiscal stance balances consolidation with growth, maintaining discipline while safeguarding resources for productive investment under the Big Push infrastructure program and other national priorities. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to revenue mobilization for 2026. Right, Honorable Speaker, in 2026, government expects to collect total revenue and grant of 268.1 billion Ghana cedis, up from 226.7 billion in 2025, a strong 18.3% increase. Non-oil tax revenue, the backbone of domestic mobilization, is projected at 216.1 billion Ghana cedis, growing on the back of improved compliance and enforcement. Oil and gas receipts are expected to contribute 13.6 billion Ghana cedis, supported by steady global prices. The Speaker, non-tax revenue is projected at 20.9 billion, with 18.2 billion retained by ministries, departments, and agencies to sustain essential service. The Speaker, additional inflows from SNET transfers and energy sector levies are estimated at 14.4 billion Ghana cedis, whilst development partners grant will add 3.1 billion to fund key projects. The Speaker, total expenditure on commitment basis for 2026 is projected at 302.6.5 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 18.9% of GDP, up from 251.7 billion Ghana cedis in 2025. Primary expenditure stands at 244.7 billion, or 15.3% of GDP, reflecting targeted spending that drives growth and delivers value. Compensation of employees is projected at 90.3 billion Ghana cedis, ensuring fair remuneration for public servants. The Speaker, 13.2 billion have been allocated for goods and services to improve efficiency across MDS. Right Honorable Speaker, capital expenditure will rise sharply to 57.5 billion Ghana cedis, or 3.6% of GDP, led by the Big Push infrastructure program, which alone will absorb 30 billion Ghana cedis for roads development. The Speaker, interest payments are projected to decline to 57.7 billion thanks to prudent liability management. The Speaker, grant to statutory funds, energy payment, and other essential transfers totals 63.6 billion Ghana cedis, whilst ESLA and IPP commitments are estimated at 19.7 billion Ghana cedis. Overall, the 2026 appropriation stands at about 357.1 billion Ghana cedis. So, Speaker, this is a bold yet responsible budget designed to sustain stability, build infrastructure, and improve the lives of every Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to budget balances and financing. Right Honorable Speaker, the overall fiscal balance on commitment basis is projected at a deficit of 34.4 billion, equivalent to 2.2% of GDP. The corresponding primary balance records a surplus of 23.3 billion Ghana cedis, representing 1.5% of our GDP. So, Speaker, on cash basis, the overall deficit is projected at 64.2 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 4% of GDP. The cash deficit of 64.2 billion will be financed from balanced mix of foreign and domestic borrowing sources. The Speaker, foreign finance is projected as a net repayment of 6.6 billion, or 0.4% of GDP. This includes extended disbursement, expected disbursement from the IMF and the World Bank. The Speaker, domestic financing will amount to 71 billion Ghana cedis and will be sourced from long and short-term government securities. The Speaker, the strategy will support domestic market development and ensure their sustainability, as well as maintaining financial sector stability. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's 2025 to 2028 debt management strategy marks a decisive shift to responsible borrowing. With 93.5% of total debt restructured, 20.3 billion in domestic bonds, 13.1 billion in Eurobond, and 5.2 billion in bilateral loans. The Speaker, Ghana is firmly on a sustained path. The Speaker, the strategy focuses on cutting refinancing risk, reducing costs, deepening local markets, and boosting transparency. It revives the bond market, building liquidity buffers, and relies mainly on concessional financing from the IMF, World Bank, and bilateral partners. The Speaker, benchmarks including short-term debt below 15%, treasury bills, and 20% of domestic debt and foreign debt capped at 70%. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the meat. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the meat. The fiscal policy measures, structural reforms, and key policy initiatives. Right Honorable Speaker, the choices we made in 2025 have restored macroeconomic stability, built trust in our fiscal institutions, and rekindled the hope of our country. The task before us now is to turn that stability into sustained progress and to make growth felt in every home, every community, and every enterprise. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 budget represents the next phase of our national renewal, a practical, forward-looking plan to consolidate the gains, accelerate transformation, and secure prosperity for all Ghanaians. It is the next chapter in building the Ghana we want, a nation that works around the clock, creates opportunities for all, and protect the dignity and dreams of every citizen. Right Honorable Speaker, permit me to reaffirm government 3 key priorities for 2026. First, consolidation of macroeconomic stability. Second, we will accelerate economic transformation and job creation. And finally, we will strengthen the security and social sectors for inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, this budget builds on the stability of 2025 and channels it into action that delivers more jobs, better infrastructure, stronger industries, and better public service. Mr. Speaker, the budget moves Ghana from recovery to transformation and from promises to progress. Right Honorable Speaker, let me now outline the core policy measures, structural reforms, and key policy initiatives that will drive this transformation, each one designed to deliver tangible results, reduce the cost of living, empower businesses, and create decent jobs. First, on the fiscal policy measures and structural reforms. Mr. Speaker, government remains steadfast in the commitment to restore and sustain fiscal stability as the foundation for inclusive growth. Our focus for 2026 and the medium term is to maintain a primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis. We are pursuing a disciplined, data-driven fiscal strategy, one that raises more revenue, spend better, and protect the most vulnerable while safeguarding long-term stability. Mr. Speaker, to achieve our fiscal target for 2026 and the medium term, government will implement a comprehensive set of revenue, expenditure, and structural measures underpinned by transparency and accountability. Mr. Speaker, on the revenue side, government will deepen domestic resource mobilization through the implementation of the medium-term revenue strategy. In addition, government will undertake comprehensive VAT reforms. Will also tighten enforcement of tax arrests and exemptions, ensuring that all eligible entities pay their fair share. Mr. Speaker, these measures are expected to lift non-oil revenue to 15.7% of GDP in 2026 from a projected 15.1% of GDP in 2025. Mr. Speaker, take you to VAT reforms. In 2025 budget and the media fiscal policy review, government made a firm promise to reform Ghana's value-added tax system to make it fairer, simpler, and more efficient. We pledge to remove distortions, addressing the cascading effect inherent in the VAT system, strengthen compliance, and create a tax regime that supports both businesses and fiscal stability. These distortions have negatively impacted overall welfare, increased the deadweight loss in the economy, and significantly reduced VAT compliance. Today, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to report to this House that we have finally delivered on that promise. Mr. Speaker, after months of detailed analysis and broad consultations with stakeholders, we have completed the design of modernized VAT system fit for Ghana's economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, government is therefore submitting to this House today and for approval, Mr. Speaker, a bold package of VAT reforms that will make our tax system more equitable, transparent, and business-friendly. Right Honorable Speaker, the new VAT reforms will do the following. We will abolish the COVID-19 health recovery levy. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the decoupling of GET-Fund and National Health Insurance levies from the VAT tax base. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish VAT on the recognizance and prospecting of minerals. Mr. Speaker, we will reduce the effective VAT rate from 21.9 to 20%. Mr. Speaker, we'll raise the VAT registration threshold from 200,000 to 750,000 cedis. Mr. Speaker, we will extend VAT zero rating on the supply of local manufacturing textiles to 2028. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, we promise to abolish the COVID-19 levy. With the support of this House, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that I'm happy to announce that today, COVID-19 levy is accordingly abolished. Mr. Speaker, by abolishing the COVID-19 levy, government is putting 3.7 billion Ghana cedis in the pockets of the individuals and businesses in 2026. Mr. Speaker, these reforms will also reduce the cost of doing business by 5% as a result of subjecting GEFAN and NHIL levies to input-output deductibility for businesses, Mr. Speaker. Altogether, the VAT reforms is expecting to give back nearly 6 billion Ghana cedis to businesses and households. We'll give it to you. Give it to you. 6 billion cedis, Mr. Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, the VAT registration threshold has declined in real terms from 200,000 Ghana cedis in 2015 to approximately 48,000 Ghana cedis in recurrent values. Mr. Speaker, this means that small and micro businesses that were exempted in 2015 from VAT registration are now compelled to register and charge VAT. This has placed an undue burden on small and micro businesses and also increased the cost of administering VAT. Right, Honorable Speaker, the increase in VAT threshold is expected to address this problem and make VAT administration simpler and easier to implement. So, Speaker, VAT on mineral exploration and reconnaissance has led to very little investment in minerals exploration over the past 2 decades. So, Speaker, abolishing VAT on minerals exploration and reconnaissance will revive investor confidence, stimulate greenfield activities, and ensure the long-term sustainability of the country's mining sector. Right, Honorable Speaker, this measure will promote responsible mining and help to mitigate the hazard mineral prospecting that degrades our forests and water bodies. So, Speaker, to support the domestic textiles industry, government zero-rated the VAT on supply of local manufactured textiles, which is due to end in December 2025. Government is resolute in supporting the domestic textiles industry, which has demonstrated a capability to expand when given the appropriate fiscal incentives. The Speaker, in line with this and the Ghana Textiles and Garment Policy, government has decided to extend the zero rating to end December 2028, protecting over 2,000 direct jobs. The Speaker, the VAT reforms will make Ghana a more business-friendly economy, create the opportunity for businesses and expansion and to create more jobs. The Speaker, we are not only seeking to change the policy and framework around VAT, we are also deploying electronic and digital solutions to improve VAT administration. Mr. Speaker, the measures proposed will include the following: the introduction of digital solutions to tax collection system. The second is to introduce the fiscal electronic devices. The third, Mr. Speaker, the introduction of VAT reward schemes designed to encourage general public to assist with policing VAT revenues by collecting VAT receipt for purchases they make. Mr. Speaker, this will allow taxpayers to use their VAT receipt to benefit from a VAT promotion and reward scheme. Right, Honorable Speaker, these reforms mark a turning point in Ghana's value-added tax administration. They will make compliance easier for businesses, strengthen revenue mobilization, and enhance credibility of our fiscal framework for 2026 and the medium term. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Revenue Authority will roll out a comprehensive public education and awareness campaign to ensure a smooth and transparent implementation of these reforms. Mr. Speaker, it honors our pledge to lighten the load on honest taxpayers whilst building a strong fairer foundation for national development. Right Honorable Speaker, beyond the VAT, government will, ahead of 2027, embark on a comprehensive reform of Ghana's key tax laws, including the Income Tax Act, Excise Tax Acts, and the Customs Tax Act, to align them with global best practices, promote equity and competitiveness, simplifying compliance and enhance revenue generation. The Ministry of Finance will commence these reviews in 2026, engage stakeholders and submit a draft to Parliament as part of the 2027 budget. Mr. Speaker, closing revenue leakages at the port. Right Honorable Speaker, significant leakages at our port continue to undermine revenue mobilization. A recent audit revealed systemic weakness in classification, valuation, and cargo inspection. In 2024 alone, Ghana recorded imports valued at 204 billion Ghana cedis in cost insurance and fleet. Yet, only 85 billion Ghana cedis was taxable, pointing to misclassification and underinvoicing. To tackle this, government will deploy an AI-driven pre-arrival inspection for all cross-border shipment. Mr. Speaker, this technology is programmed to detect undervaluation, flag high-risk goods, and strengthen customs capacity to combat smuggling, improve safety, and protect national security. Right Honorable Speaker, by integrating automation into port operations, we expect to significantly boost customs revenue, enhance trade efficiency, and close long-standing revenue gaps. Mr. Speaker, on the expenditure front, we will continue to rationalize spending by eliminating low-value programs and streamline earmark funds, freeing space for critical priority projects such as roads, energy, agriculture, and education. Mr. Speaker, every cedi saved will be redirected to projects that create jobs and delivers tangible benefit for Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, to achieve this and support the fiscal sustainability agenda, key expenditure measures for the 2026 fiscal year are as follows. The first will be that we'll contain recurrent expenditures by capping non-essential expenditures such as foreign travels, workshops, and vehicle procurement, and elimination of low-impact programs. So, Speaker, we'll rationalize the earmark funds, reinforce commitment authorization, continue to strengthen social protection system by safeguarding allocation to LEAP. So, Speaker, we'll prioritize capital investment in infrastructure, particularly in the area of Big Push. Right Honorable Speaker, on the structural reform side, we'll pursue the following. Government will enforce sanctions under Section 96 to 98 of the Public Financial Management Act. The payroll validation exercise led by the Ministry of Finance in collaboration with the Controller and Accountant General will also be done. So, Speaker, comprehensive review and audit of the budget preparation and implementation process will be undertaken. We will implement recommendations from the comprehensive arrest and commitment audit by the Auditor General, aided by EY and PwC. Right Honorable Speaker, will strengthen fiscal discipline and accountability through the operationalization of Revised Fiscal Responsibility Act. Mr. Speaker, we will institutionalize quarterly expenditure reviews. Right Honorable Speaker, together, these measures will ensure that Ghana lives within its means, mobilize resources fairly, and spend efficiently. Fiscal discipline is not an end in itself. It is the bridge between stability and progress, between policy and real improvement in the lives of our people. Right Honorable Speaker, the real value of Ghana's procurement threshold has eroded over time, trapping even small projects in slow, expensive approval cycles. The Speaker, the last review was in 2016. Since then, inflation and currency depreciation have made it nearly impossible for district assemblies, for example, to deliver basic community projects efficiently. The Speaker, the government is therefore updating procurement thresholds under the Public Procurement Act to restore their values and match today's market realities. Right Honorable Speaker, years of inflation and weak oversight have drained real value from public spending. Too often, projects are overpriced, delayed, or abandoned because scrutiny comes only after money is spent. To fix this, government will establish an independent value for money office, a permanent guardian of efficiency, accountability, and fiscal integrity. Speaker, it will certify major projects before approval, monitor delivery, and evaluate results to ensure every city delivers measurable value. The office will enforce cost benchmarks, require public VFM certificate for contracts, and coordinate with the Auditor General, the Public Procurement Authority, and Internal Audit Agency to impose penalties for waste and fraud. Right Honorable Speaker, the Value for Money Transparency Portal will publish certified projects and citizen feedback in real times. Mr. Speaker, this reform will save up to 3 billion Ghana cedis a year, cut contract inflation, and rebuild public trust. Mr. Speaker, the Value for Money Office is not just another agency. It is Ghana's watchdog for prudent spending and real results. Mr. Speaker, we will be making the following amendment. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's petroleum wealth must work harder for its people. Since 2011, our petroleum funds have earned barely 1% annually. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, it proves that parking them only in low-risk foreign securities limits value creation. To change this, government would designate additional qualifying investment instrument under the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. This will allow a portion of the petroleum fund to be invested in commercial viable domestic energy projects such as gas and power infrastructure that would drive industrialization and jobs whilst improving long-term returns. Mr. Speaker, this reforms follows global best practices. Sovereign funds in Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, and UAE now channel savings into productivity investment that powers growth. Mr. Speaker, Ghana must do same. The new framework will maintain strict safeguards, transparency, and performance audit to ensure every dollar earned earns real value. Right Honorable Speaker, this is the mindset shift from passive savings and earnings to productive investment, from idle reserves abroad to energy that powers Ghana's future. Mr. Speaker, that is the way we are going to go. Our oil wealth must not sit idle. It must build and must build our country. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to public debt management initiatives and reforms in 2026. Right Honorable Speaker, 2026 marks a new phase in Ghana's public debt management, one defined by foresight, discipline, and innovation. After stabilizing our debt trajectory through strong fiscal performance and debt restructuring, government focus now shifts to building resilience. We are putting in place modern tools and systems to ensure that every borrowing decision supports growth, safeguards sustainability, and protect the public purse for future generations. Mr. Speaker, one of the key priorities for 2026 is to strengthen liability management in the domestic debt management market. Mr. Speaker, upon expiration of domestic debt exchange program restrictions in 21st February 2026, government will re-enter the domestic debt market strategically. Mr. Speaker, the immediate objective is to reduce our dependence on short-term treasury instruments, lower rollover risk, and create fiscal space for productive investment. Right Honorable Speaker, as part of the strategy to re-enter the domestic bond market, government will begin the issuance of domestic infrastructure bonds to fund critical infrastructure in the 2026 budget and beyond. Mr. Speaker, through buybacks, targeted cash management, we will actively smoothen the maturing reprofile of domestic debt and lower interest costs in line with our medium-term debt management strategy. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to key policy initiatives in the 2026 budget across sectors. Right Honorable Speaker, I begin with the energy sector. Energy is the engine of Ghana's transformation. Our goal is to turn power from a constraint into a competitive advantage for every home, factory, and enterprise. Reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy will be the fuel that drives the 24-hour economy, powers industry, lights communities, and creates jobs. Through bold reforms, strategic investment, and smarter management, government is building an energy system that not only keeps the light on, but propels inclusive growth across every corner of our country. Mr. Speaker, I now go to gas to power transformation. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's gas to power strategy is transforming our energy future, shifting from costly light crude to cleaner, locally produced natural gas. This will cut generation costs by about 75%, strengthen energy security, and align with our climate goals. Gas production is rising fast in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the offshore Cape 3 Point partners, OCTP partners, have expanded capacity from 240 to 270 million standard cubic feet per day, while Jubilee and 10 field partners now supply about 130 from 110 million cubic feet per day. Mr. Speaker, within 10 months, we have added more than 50 million standard cubic feet per day of gas. Right Honorable Speaker, new agreement will add another 150 million standard cubic feet daily, ensuring reliable, affordable fuel for power generation. To process this additional gas for power generation, government is fast-tracking the Ghana Gas Processing Plant, GPP2. Mr. Speaker, this shift means cheaper power, cleaner energy, and a stronger, self-reliant Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, in the medium term, a total of 150 million standard cubic feet of gas per day will be produced by our OCTP and Jubilee partners, enough to generate up to 1,200 megawatts of power, bigger than Akosombo Dam. Mr. Speaker, beginning 2026, government will commence the construction of 1,200 megawatts state-owned thermal power plant to offtake the additional 1,150 million standard cubic feet of gas per day from OCTP partners and GPP2. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, beginning 2026, government will commence the construction of a 1,200 megawatt state-owned thermal power plant to offtake the additional 150 million standard cubic feet of gas per day from OCTP partners and GPP2. This plant will support the provision of reliable and affordable power and secures Ghana's energy future. Mr. Speaker, the 1,200 megawatts is bigger than what our almighty Akosombo can produce. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's oil production has witnessed consistent decline over the years, falling from 71.4 million barrels in 2019 to an estimated 36 million barrels in 2025, almost 50% decline. President Mahama has taken decisive action to reverse this trend. Mr. Speaker, government investor-friendly reforms have already secured over $3.5 billion in new investment commitment. These include a $2 billion United States framework agreement for the Jubilee and 10 fields to drill 20 new wells and a $1.5 billion United States memorandum of intent with OCTP partners to expand operations. Mr. Speaker, This new investor-friendly environment has also drawn the interest of oil and gas majors such as Shell in our upstream industry. This is expected to bring in new capital, technology, and expertise to increase our oil and gas production. Right, Honorable Speaker, GNPC will commence drilling for oil on the offshore Voltaire Basin in October 2026. The prospects look good to expand Ghana's hydrocarbon production. Right, Honorable Speaker, an upstream regulatory and fiscal review is underway to make Ghana's petroleum regime more competitive, transparent, and stable. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, government will roll out rural electrification acceleration and urban intensification initiative to achieve universal access to power. Mr. Speaker, through a faster turnkey model, it will connect every unserved community, boost rural economies, and drive Ghana's 24-hour economy policy. An electricity intensification program will extend connections to all remaining homes and businesses, ensuring that no Ghanaian is left without power. Mr. Speaker, the rollout starts in Volta, Oti, Savannah, and Central regions in 2026, expanding nationwide by 2029 with off-grid solar to remote areas. Mr. Speaker, electricity will be universal, reliable, and life-changing. Right, Honorable Speaker, we will undertake feasibility studies on mini hydro electronic potentials of the Volta, Red Volta, and other southern river systems. Mr. Speaker, through these coordinated reforms, from reviving the upstream oil and gas sector, securing gas supply, renegotiating IPPs, building a national power plant, expanding rural access, and reforming the operations of ECG, we are securing affordable and reliable energy for individuals and businesses. We are not just keeping the lights on, we are lighting the path for industrial transformation, job creation, and inclusive prosperity. Mr. Speaker, I will take you to agricultural sector initiatives. Right, Honorable Speaker, agriculture remains the heartbeat of Ghana's economy, the source of food, jobs, and dignity for millions of our people. Mr. Speaker, our vision is to make Ghana's agriculture commercial, modern, mechanized, market-driven, and youth and women-led. The focus is on creating agro-industries across the country, dynamic hubs where production, processing, and distribution happens around the clock. Mr. Speaker, this is how we will feed our people, provide raw materials for our industries, reduce imports, create jobs, and make farming profitable. Once again, Right Honorable Speaker, in view of that, we have developed a national policy on integrated oil palm development. So, Speaker, government is launching the national policy on integrated oil palm development, a bold plan to turn Ghana's red gold into a powerhouse of jobs, industry, and foreign exchange. Right, Honorable Speaker, despite being one of Africa's pioneers in oil palm, Ghana still imports nearly 200,000 metric tons of crude palm oil yearly, costing over $200 million United States dollars. This policy changes that by expanding plantation, boosting refinery and processing, will create about 250,000 jobs. So, Speaker, the goal is clear. 100,000 hectares of new plantation, self-sufficiency in palm oil, and global competitiveness, and creating 250,000 jobs in the value chain. To unlock this potential, government will secure a large climate-suitable land banks through the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to ensure fair compensation, secure tenure, and full environmental compliance. This marks a new dawn for Ghana's agro-industrial transformation. Mr. Speaker, we are putting together a $500 million equivalent oil palm development financing window. Mr. Speaker, oil palm plantation development requires patience and long-term capital and not short-term loans. To meet these needs, government is establishing $500 million equivalent oil palm development financing window with the World Bank, DFIs, and our development bank. So, Speaker, it will offer long-term, low-interest financing, 5-year grace period, and cover up to 70% of project costs, targeting only sustainable, job-creating ventures. Right, Honorable Speaker, smallholder farmers will be at the center of this policy. Mr. Speaker, through our Outgrower Partnership Scheme, they will access improved seedlings, mechanization, credit, and guarantee offtake at a fair price. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Tree Crops Development Authority, Oil Palm Research Institute, OPRI, and the Ghana Exim Bank will provide technical support, research, financing, backed by smallholder support fund for women and youth to enter into this function. So, Speaker, the Tree Crops Development Authority will regulate production, whilst OPRI develops the high-yield varieties. A tax stamp regime for edible oils will be introduced to curb smuggling and protect local production. So, Speaker, together, these reforms will make Ghana self-sufficient, export-ready, and regional leader in sustainable palm oil by 2032. Right, Honorable Speaker, this policy is more than agriculture. It is a blueprint for industrialization, rural transformation, and shared prosperity. Ghana has the land. We have the people. This adds the vision. Mr. Speaker, we will establish farmer service centers. Right, Honorable Speaker, under the Farmer Service Centers initiative, the government will provide agriculture mechanization machinery for 50 agricultural districts with over 4,400 different machineries. Mr. Speaker, these machineries will include the following. Mr. Speaker, we'll be getting 660 tractors, 3,000 tractor trailers, 200 mini tractors, 200 mini tractor trailers, 200 mini tractor tillers, 200 mini tractor cultivators, 200 mini tractor plows, 200 mini tractor harrows, 200 mini tractor cutter-bars. Mr. Speaker, 200 mini tractor mowers, 463 disc plows. Right, Honorable Speaker, 204 disc plows, 330 16 disc harrows, 1,000 kg mineral fertilizer spreaders, 104 row precision seed drills, 106 row precision seed drills, 132 row pneumatic seed drills, 300 800-liter boom sprayers, 50 combined harvesters, 50 maize headers for combined harvesters. And Mr. Speaker, will also provide 20. Right, Honorable Speaker. Our farmers always cried, Mr. Speaker, our farmers have always carried Ghana on their shoulders. With this investment, we are returning the favor, giving them the tools, technology, and support to carry the nation into a future of food security and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, the transformation has begun. Agriculture is not just an occupation, it is the engine of Ghana's renewal. Mr. Speaker, in response to the food glut across the country, President Mahama has directed the immediate release of an additional 200 million Ghana cedis to Food Buffer Stock Company to purchase and store the excess food to protect the investment and income of our cherished food, crops, and poultry farmers. The Speaker, that will be processed ASAP. Right, Honorable Speaker, President Mahama has also directed that all schools from basic to secondary to purchase rice, maize, chicken, and eggs produced in Ghana only. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, President Mahama has also directed that all schools from basic to secondary schools to purchase rice, maize, chicken, and eggs produced in Ghana only. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Education, the Ghana Education Trust Fund, the School Feeding Program, the Free Secondary Education Secretariat, and the National Food Buffer Stores Company are accordingly directed to ensure strict compliance without fail. Mr. Speaker, I will now take you to the Big Push Infrastructure Program. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Big Push Infrastructure Program, launched under the leadership of President Mahama, is Ghana's largest investment in modern infrastructure, valued at an equivalent of $10 billion United States dollars. It is turning fiscal stability into visible progress by building roads, bridges, ports, and logistics. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, 13.8 billion Ghana cedis was dedicated to strategic road projects across all with 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, contractors are now on site on most of the projects. Mr. Speaker, these projects are expected to complete by May 2027, with payment assured within 30 days. Right, Honorable Speaker, within 30 days of submitting IPCs. Mr. Speaker, the goal is clear. Connect Ghana end to end, making infrastructure the backbone of industrialization and opportunity, from farms to factories and from homes to market. Right, Honorable Speaker, following feasibility studies, two transformative project expressway and the Achi Amamfrom Adoso Bridge. Mr. Speaker, let me now provide some details about these two iconic infrastructure projects. Right, Honorable Speaker, a flagship of the Big Push Infrastructure Expressway project, Ghana's first modern 6-lane bi-directional Class A expressway, stretching 198.7 kilometers. The Accra-Kumasi Expressway will link the capital to the Ashanti region. The Accra-Kumasi Expressway, which is on a new alignment, will reduce current travel distance by 50 kilometers, from 250 kilometers to 198.7 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway is also expected to have travel time between Accra and Kumasi, reducing transport costs by nearly 40%. So, Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway project alone is expected to create over 30,000 direct and indirect jobs during construction. Right, Honorable Speaker, beyond mobility, it will stimulate industrial parks, logistic hubs, and service economies along its route, powering the 24-hour economy and strengthening Ghana's competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, the expressway will feature 8 major interchanges, each designed to ease urban congestion and improve regional connectivity. The interchanges will be located at the Accra Hub, Adesu, Esaman Kese, Achem Oda, Ofuase,
Lake Bosomtwe, and Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, the expressway will feature 8 major interchanges, each designed to ease urban congestion and improve regional connectivity. The interchanges will be located at the Accra hub, Adeso, Isaman Kese, Achim Odan, Ofuase, Lake Bosomtwe, and Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, it will also include 3 major bridges over the Birim and Pra rivers. Right, Honorable Speaker, these areas equipped with emergency medical facilities, fire stations, maintenance and rescue centers, catering rest stops, fuel stations, electric vehicle charging stations, and parking lots. Right, Honorable Speaker, these facilities will operate 24 hours in line with our 24-hour economy program. Mr. Speaker, 2 modern 20-toll-lane plaza, the Accra Mainline Toll Plaza and the Kumasi Mainline Toll Plaza will deploy automated systems to ensure efficient revenue collection and minimum our dear country. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Adosu Echiamanfom Bridge and related road network will open up the farm prince to large-scale commercial agriculture. This is urgently required to unlock the agriculture and economic potential of the farm prince enclave. Mr. Speaker, government has also identified one of the major causes of food inflation to be bad roads linking food-producing enclaves to market. Mr. Speaker, as a result, government is announcing a 3-year program to construct 1,000 kilometers of agriculture enclave roads. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Agriculture Enclave Roads program will be implemented by the Department of Feeder Roads under the Ministry of Roads and Highways. Mr. Speaker, the roads will be carefully selected and constructed in food processing enclaves only with the support of the Ministry of Agriculture. Right, Honorable Speaker, this will ensure that food produced is transported from farm gate to market to reduce transportation costs, post-harvest losses, and enhance food security generally. Mr. Speaker, the Big Push infrastructure program is more than a construction drive. It is a nation-building vision. It will create thousands of jobs, empower local contractors, and strengthen linkages with domestic industries in agro-processing, manufacturing, and construction. Mr. Speaker, it is about connecting opportunities, linking people and markets so that growth is not confined to few cities, but shared across the entire country. Right, Honorable Speaker, through the Big Push, we are proving that Ghana can build its way into prosperity. One road, one bridge at a time. Mr. Speaker, this is the era of infrastructure. Ghana will not only build to recover, but will build to transform. Mr. Speaker, Ghana Airport Company will also introduce an airport development fee to rehabilitate Sunyani Airport, construct a new airport at Bogatanga, build a multi-purpose at the Kotoka International Airport. Mr. Speaker, land and natural resources are the foundation of Ghana's wealth and future. For too long, our land system have been slowed. Opaque, our land administration system have been slow, opaque, and prone to fraud. Mr. Speaker, this is stifling investment and opportunities. Government has launched a technology-led land administration reform to bring forth transparency and speed to land transactions. Right, Honorable Speaker, every Ghanaian will soon be able to register, verify, and transfer land online, ending the era of missing files,
corruption, and disputes. So, Speaker, to sustain this transformation, the Land Commission, working with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, will retain all its revenue to fund a technology-led national land registry. So, Speaker, this will integrate land, planning, and property data on one secure platform. So, Speaker, this will unlock access to credit, boost agriculture business, and make land a catalyst for jobs. Land will no longer be a source of conflict, but a foundation for shared prosperity. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana is also protecting Ghana's forest. Government is also protecting Ghana's forest, rivers, and mineral wealth. So, Speaker, key water bodies and forest officers deployed and real-time tracking of mining equipment by Minerals Commission has been instituted. We are working with traditional leaders and communities to reclaim degraded land and restore ecosystems. The Speaker, in 2026, government will partner with private sector to reclaim 10,000 hectares using fast-growing tree species. Right Honorable Speaker, government is positioning modern textiles and garment as a cornerstone of Ghana's industrial transformation. 3 new garment factories in Bono East, Central and Eastern regions will be established to operate under the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, this will create about 20,000 direct jobs and boost community livelihood through private sector partnership. To strengthen local manufacturing, export of non-ferrous scrap metals and raw rubber will be restricted under the Feed the Industry program. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen local manufacturing, export of non-ferrous scrap metals and raw rubbers will be restricted under the Feed the Industry program. This will channel raw materials to domestic processes, support component manufacturing, and build stronger value chain in metals and rubber-based industries. Right Honorable Speaker, 7 new agro-processing plants in the Northern, Central, Ahafo, Bono, Northeast, Bono East, and Western North regions will soon be fully operational. This will process yam, fish, poultry, cashew, rice, shea, and palm kernel oil, cutting post-harvest losses, generating 700 direct jobs, and providing reliable markets for thousands of farmers. Mr. Speaker, these initiatives mark a decisive shift from exporting raw materials to building factories, adding value, and creating jobs for our dear youth. Right Honorable Speaker, under the President's Accelerated Export Development Initiative to enhance value addition, 2 new cashew processing plants to be financed by the Ghana Exim Bank will be constructed as Sampa in the Jama North municipality of the Bono region and Abuabo Techiman in the Bono East region. The Speaker, I now take you to education. The Speaker, we recognize education as a transformative tool and a catalyst for social mobility. We will deepen our investment in education, especially on infrastructure, to cultivate a generation of informed global citizens. Right Honorable Speaker, we have developed a program, a 2-year program, to end double track. Mr. Speaker, education is the ladder by which nations climb to prosperity. And for Ghana, the ladder must be strong, wide, and within the reach of every child. Government is embarking on a bold and transformative initiative to upgrade, modernize, and expand access to secondary education across the country, ensuring that every Ghanaian child, regardless of background or location, can learn, grow, and succeed. Right Honorable Speaker, many schools are overcrowded and others lack the infrastructure or resources to deliver quality education. As a result of this, the previous administration introduced the double track system, which have adversely affected the academic calendar and the quality of our education. Mr. Speaker, government is rolling out a 2-year program to end the double track system in our secondary schools. We will expand infrastructure, enhance quality, and improve access. This program will eliminate the double track system and ensure that every child can attend school full-time in dignity and in safety. Mr. Speaker, under this program, we will upgrade Category A schools by building new classroom blocks, dormitories, and quality improvement. Mr. Speaker, we will upgrade 10 Category B schools to Category A, equipping them with modern classrooms, dormitories, libraries, science and ICT laboratories. Right, Honorable Speaker. The reality is that whilst Category A and B schools receive overwhelming demand, Category C schools, which hold more than half of available spaces, remain under-enrolled due to infrastructure and quality gaps. Mr. Speaker, this inequality must end, and indeed it will end. Right, Honorable Speaker, we will accordingly upgrade 30 Category C schools to Category B. Mr. Speaker, we will build new classrooms, dormitories, and modern science resource centers for these new schools. Government will complete 30 of the abandoned E-blocks in urban and peri-urban areas and expand access for students in high-demand areas. Right, Honorable Speaker, government has also decided to enhance infrastructure and teaching and learning resources to improve outcomes at the basic level. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, GET-FUND will construct 200 new junior high schools, 200 new primary schools, 200 new kindergartens. Mr. Speaker, GET-FUND again will construct 400 4-unit teacher bungalows. And Mr. Speaker, 400 places of convenience in underserved communities and schools. Mr. Speaker, each of these will come with furnishing. This will also provide access to more than 200,000 additional students annually. Right, Honorable Speaker, GET-FUND will procure and distribute free comprehensive curricular-based textbooks covering the following: 4 sets of KG textbooks and workbooks for about 1 million learners, 4 sets of primary textbooks for 2 million learners. Honorable Speaker, GET-FUND will provide the following for secondary schools and some selected district education directorate. Mr. Speaker, GET-FUND will supply 2 million pieces of metal mono decks and chairs, 200 unit 66-seater buses, 200 double cabin pickups, and 50 saloon cars. Right, Honorable Speaker, President's economic diplomacy is yielding results. During his recent visit to China and Japan, he secured about $60 million United States dollars for the construction of a science and technology university, a national journey to reset, modernize, and expand Ghana's health infrastructure. So, Speaker, government will begin the construction of 6 new regional hospitals for 6 newly created regions, beginning with 3 hospitals in 2026 and 2 district hospitals at Bole and Shaba. Mr. Speaker, also in 2026, government will continue the following abandoned hospital project. The Speaker will continue the La General Hospital, Effiong and the Ashanti Regional Hospital in Sewua. Right, Honorable Speaker, this project symbolizes our commitment to restoring trust and confidence in public health care delivery. Mr. Speaker, government will upgrade 7 hospitals to provide enhanced maternal and child health services. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, also known as the Mahama Cares, was established by the Ghana Medical Treatment of Non-Communicable Diseases and Specialized Medical Services. The Speaker, too many Ghanaians battling chronic diseases such as cancer, hypertension, diabetes, stroke, and kidney diseases are forced to choose between life and livelihood. This goal is to build a health system that provides care for every Ghanaian, regardless of income or location, and to move decisively towards universal health coverage. In 2026, Mahama Cares will introduce a comprehensive NCD financing, non-communicable disease financing policy that defines eligible conditions, approved service lists, tariffs, and essential medicines. This will ensure that patients receive uninterrupted care without exorbitant out-pocket expenses. So, Speaker, diagnostics and treatment centers will be built on a PPP basis in all major hospitals across the country. This will provide testing and treatment facilities for all the key identified non-communicable diseases under the Mahama Cares program. Right, Honorable Speaker, in 2026, we will retool the Ghana Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, let me honor the late Dr. Edward Kofi Omane-Boamah, whose vision laid the foundation for the retooling of our armed forces. In his memory, Mr. Speaker, government will, from 2026, launch a comprehensive modernization program to strengthen the Ghana Armed Forces, Navy, and Air Force to today's evolving security challenges. Mr. Speaker, this program will upgrade logistics, equipment, and infrastructure across all services. Mr. Speaker, for the Army, government has moved to renegotiate the 80 million. Mr. Speaker, for the Navy, we will acquire the 272-meter offshore patrol vessels fitted with helipads and modern combat systems to protect Ghana's maritime borders, offshore energy, asset, and trade routes. The Speaker, these ships will restore control over our exclusive economic zones and strengthen national resilience at sea. Right, Honorable Speaker, for the Air Force, the procurement will begin in 2026 for 4 new helicopters and 2 aircraft to enhance airlift, patrols, and emergency response operations. Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, let me repeat. Right, Honorable Speaker, let me repeat. For the Air Force, procurement will begin immediately in 2026 for 4 new helicopters and 2 aircraft to enhance airlift, patrol, and emergency response operation. Mr. Speaker, this retooling agenda will transform Ghana's armed forces into a modern, agile, and mission-ready defense force worthy of our sovereignty and the sacrifice of our heroes. Right, Honorable Speaker. The Ghana National Fire Service lacks basic equipment to enable them function effectively in their duty to ensure public safety and to protect lives and property. The government will retool the Ghana National Fire Service with 100 fire tenders and assorted fire equipment. Mr. Speaker, government will also work with the private sector to bring in high-rise fire equipment. This will improve the effectiveness of Ghana National Fire Service to respond to emergencies. Mr. Speaker, I'll take you to water. Access to clean and safe sanitation is more than infrastructure. Indeed, it is a foundation of dignity, public health, and national resilience. Right, Honorable Speaker, in 2026, we'll intensify our effort with a bold and practical program to complete key water treatment assets across the country. Mr. Speaker, we'll begin the construction of critical water treatment plants in Damango, Tamale, and Yendi to provide quality drinking water for the rapidly expanding populations in these 3 major cities of our country. Mr. Speaker, sports remain one of Ghana's greatest unifying forces and a powerful drive of youth development, community pride, and national identity. Yet, for far too long, large parts of our country, especially the new created regions, have lacked the facility to nurture and showcase talent. Right Honorable Speaker, the Mahama administration is determined to change this. Beginning 2026, government will commence the construction of modern sports stadiums in 3 out of 8 regions without sports stadiums. These new facilities will provide opportunities for young athletes to develop their skills, attract sports tourism, and serve as a training hub for regional and national teams. Beyond football, they will also support athletics, volleyball, boxing, and other disciplines that have long defined Ghana's sporting heritage. Mr. Speaker, we'll also take this opportunity to acknowledge the resilience and commitment of our Black Stars, whose qualification for the World Cup continues to inspire our nation. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2026, government will rehabilitate the National Theatre in Accra. We will also commence site acquisition and design of a second National Theatre in Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, we will establish film fund to revive the film industry, such as Kumawood and other film associations. Right Honorable Speaker, we will also establish creative arts fund for the arts, music, fashion, food, and other creative sectors. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2026, government will increase allocation to the District Assembly Common Fund to peoples living with disability from 3% to 5%. Mr. Speaker, part of this amount will be used to acquire and distribute rechargeable motorized wheelchairs to people living with disability. Mr. Speaker, the distribution will be done through the National Council for Persons with Disability. Right Honorable Speaker, effective governance begins with evidence. That's what we cannot measure, we cannot manage. Mr. Speaker, the budget renews government commitment to building a data-driven economy anchored on accurate, timely, and transparent statistics. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2026, the Ghana Statistical Service will be rebasing the GDP and CPI to better reflect today's economy. This will sharpen growth and inflation data. The new CPI will give truer picture of living costs across all regions. So, Speaker, I now take you to resource allocation, where the resources are going. So, Speaker, as we enter 2026, we move from stabilization to acceleration. This budget translates confidence in lives, Mr. Speaker, including the provision of better roads, schools and hospitals, reliable power, jobs, and targeted support for the vulnerable. Right Honorable Speaker, what follows are the headline allocation that will drive delivery in 2026 and set the pace for medium term. Mr. Speaker, to unlock round-the-clock productivity, export and decent jobs under the 24-hour economy, we are provided an allocation of 110 million Ghana cedis in 2026 for the implementation of the 24-hour economy program. Mr. Speaker, we will be leveraging to the 24-hour economy program will be leveraging with GIF and DBG and provide private capital to keep financing largely of the sovereign balance sheet. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 2.2 billion Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Right Honorable Speaker, of this amount, we have allocated 245 million Ghana cedis for the Nkukon Ketinketi and Livestock Program. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated another 200 million Ghana cedis to the National Food Buffer Stocks Company to purchase excess food storage. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 6.9 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent of 500 million, for the National Policy on Integrated Oil Palm Program between 2026 and 2032. Right Honorable Speaker, to facilitate transportation of farm produce to market and reduce food inflation, we have allocated 828 million Ghana cedis for the construction of 1,000-kilometer agriculture enclave road for 2026. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 690 million to commence the operationalization of the Farmers Service Center. Right Honorable Speaker, Acceleration and Urban Intensification Initiative in 2026 alone. We have also allocated an amount of 15.2 billion Ghana cedis for the energy sector shortfalls. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 4.8 billion Ghana cedis to pay down some of the IPP legacy debt as we have negotiated. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 4.3 billion Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Roads and Highways for road construction. In addition to this, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 3 billion Ghana cedis to the Road Maintenance Trust Fund to construct 10 kilometers each in 166 constituencies in 2026 to keep roads more trouble in our constituencies. Right Honorable Speaker, to strategically open the country, linking nations, national and regional capitals, we are allocating 30 billion Ghana cedis in 2026 for the Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 33.3 billion Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Education for its program and activities in 2026. Again, Mr. Speaker, aside the amount allocated to the Ministry of Education, we have also allocated 9.9 billion Ghana cedis to the Ghana Education Trust Fund. Mr. Speaker, we have provisioned an amount of 4.2 billion Ghana cedis for the free secondary education program. Mr. Speaker, to end the double track, we have allocated 1.1 billion Ghana cedis for the infrastructure programs I mentioned earlier. Mr. Speaker, again, we have allocated an amount of 537 million Ghana cedis for the no-fees stress policy. Mr. Speaker, that's not all. We have allocated 25 million Ghana cedis for free tertiary education for persons living with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 3 billion Ghana cedis to be able to procure 4 sets of textbooks for KG books and workbooks for about 200,000 learners, 4 sets of primary textbooks for 2 million learners, 9 sets of JHS 3 textbooks for 500 million learners, and procurement of over 2 million pieces of metal monodecks and chairs, 200 units of 66-seater buses, and 200 double cabin pickups for the distribution to the secondary schools across the country. Right Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated 2 billion Ghana cedis for the construction of 200 new junior high schools, 200 new primary schools, 200 kindergartens, 400 KG 4-unit teacher bungalows, and 400 places of convenience in underserved communities. Mr. Speaker, to improve learning outcomes, we have allocated 157 million Ghana cedis, 1.98 billion Ghana cedis for school feeding program. We have allocated 292 million for free sanitary pads for girls. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 207 million for the teacher training allowance and 169 million Ghana cedis for BEC registration. Mr. Speaker, we have programmed an amount of 9 billion Ghana cedis in 2026 for national health insurance claim, essential medicine, bridging support, and free medical health care. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 2.3 billion Ghana cedis for the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, the Mahama Cares, to support Ghanaians battling chronic diseases such as cancer, hypertension, diabetes, stroke, and kidney diseases. Right Honorable Speaker, we have allocated 474 million Ghana cedis for nursing training allowances. We have also allocated 600 million to construct 3 new regional hospitals. Again, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 79 million to upgrade 7 hospitals and provide enhanced maternal and child health services. Mr. Speaker, that is not all. We have allocated 100 million Ghana cedis to complete 10 Agenda 111 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 1.1 billion Ghana cedis for LEAP program to protect the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, to crowd in finance for women-owned micro, small, medium enterprises, we have provided 401 million Ghana cedis to fully capitalize 100 million. Mr. Speaker, this is the minimum capital requirement needed to establish a standard commercial bank. Mr. Speaker, to scale skills for jobs at pace, Speaker, digital skills and SME competitiveness, we are providing 100 million for the National Coders Program and 160 million for the Dumawura Program. So, Speaker, we have also provisioned 100 million for monthly allowances to Assembly members. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 8.9 billion Ghana cedis for the District Assembly's Common Fund, with a minimum of 80% of releases flowing directly to the District Assemblies to execute priority projects. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are repeating the 2025 guidelines for spending the 80% in the 2026 allocation going to the District Assemblies. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 207 million for the rebasing of GDP and CPI and related activities. Again, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 150 million Ghana cedis for the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat, NIMOS, for the activities against illegal mining and forest degradation. Mr. Speaker, government has allocated an amount of Mr. Speaker, I repeat, the 2026 budget statement and economic policy of government is specifically designed to create up to 800,000 new jobs. The 63 billion road contracts under the Big Push awarded so far will generate an estimated 490,000 new jobs. Mr. Speaker, this estimation is consistent with the World Bank metrics on job creation from road infrastructure or road investment. Mr. Speaker, the 3 new garment factories will create over 20,000 direct jobs. 7 agro-processing plants will employ about 700 people directly and thousands more through supply chain. Mr. Speaker, national policy on integrated oil palm development will create 250,000 jobs across the value chain. Mr. Speaker, the farmer service centers will generate thousands in machinery operations, maintenance and logistics. Right, Honorable Speaker, these investments are not isolated. They are part of an integrated national effort to turn stability into jobs and growth. Right, Honorable Speaker, government is putting real capital behind the private sector, which is the engine of jobs and growth. In this regard, we have capitalized the National Investment Bank and will capitalize the ADB and CBG with 1 billion Ghana cedis before the year ends this year. So, Speaker, the 400 million Ghana cedis allocated to the Women's Development Bank will deliver affordable financing to small businesses and enterprise, such as Labisi Adam, Prince Layovo, and Caroline Sphere, who I met during my engagement at the Takoradi Market Circle and the Kotokraba Market. Mr. Speaker, in agriculture, 1.7 billion Ghana cedis is being invested in roads, processing zones, and value chains, value additions. Mr. Speaker, directly where jobs are created and livelihood are improved. Mr. Speaker, the new VAT and income tax reforms will cut businesses, will reduce business costs by 6% and free funds for expansion and job creation. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are building an economy where businesses can grow and employ more. Inflation is down, the city is stable, and the interest rates have fallen sharply. Mr. Speaker, together with reliable energy, fiscal discipline, and policy predictability, these measures are restoring confidence and drawing private investment back into the economy. Right, Honorable Speaker, job creation is not a slogan for us, but rather the purpose behind every policy, reform, and investment we make. Mr. Speaker, this is how we build the Ghana we want, a nation that produces, exports, and provides decent, lasting work for every Ghanaian living to contribute to its growth. Mr. Speaker, I now go to conclusion. Right, Honorable Speaker. The 2026 budget statement and economic policy. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, let us take a moment to appreciate how far Ghana has come in just under 10 months. Mr. Speaker, the Mahama administration assumed office on the 7th of January 2025. We inherited an economy crippled by high debt, fiscal recklessness, high inflation, fast depreciating currency, low investor confidence, dwindling foreign direct investment flows, massive uncontrolled corruption that has become endemic, draining public resources and suffocating growth. Mr. Speaker, we also inherited high energy insecurity, high unemployment, and unbearable hardship for almost every Ghanaian household. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana was indeed at the bottom of the abyss, a nation in distress with its economy bleeding and its people weary, yet yearning for a government with a courage to turn this around. Mr. Speaker, through decisive leadership, bold reforms and resilience of the Ghanaian people, we began to turn the tide. Mr. Speaker, the result speaks for itself. In less than a year, we have recorded a strong economic growth, falling inflation, a strong and stable cedi, improved external buffers, restored fiscal discipline, deepened fiscal reforms, strong and independent fiscal oversight, lower borrowing costs, significant debt reduction, restored investor confidence, expanded social protection, better debt management strategy, and massive infrastructure development. Right, Honorable Speaker, this progress is the fruit of sacrifice and discipline. Ghanaians tightened their belt, businesses adapted, and government stayed the course. Barely a year ago, our economy was uncertain. Today, the cedi in your pocket is stronger. Prices are reducing, and new opportunities are emerging across agriculture, industry, and technology. Mr. Speaker, to our international partners and investors, we say Ghana is back, strong, credible, and open for business. Right, Honorable Speaker, the story of Ghana is no longer one of crisis, but a recovery and renewal. Mr. Speaker, the reforms we have undertaken are not quick fixes. They are the foundation of resilience, competitiveness, and inclusive economy. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Mahama administration is not just stabilizing the economy, it is rebuilding a nation. Our commitment to fiscal discipline, social equity, and sustainable growth remains firm. Mr. Speaker, we will protect the gains we have made, consolidate stability, and ensure that no Ghanaian is left behind. Right, Honorable Speaker, this budget is more than numbers. It is a message of hope. It tells every Ghanaian child, farmer, teacher, trader, and entrepreneur that their sacrifices matter, that Ghana's recovery is real, and that their government is working tirelessly to build a fairer, prosperous, and self-reliant nation. Mr. Speaker, the storm has passed. The foundation is firm. The horizon is bright. Together, Mr. Speaker, under the visionary leadership of President Mahama, the nation builder, we are building the Ghana we want, a Ghana that works for all, thrives in peace, and stands tall once again as the beacon of Africa's renewal. Mr. Speaker, we are indeed race-setting for growth, jobs, and economic transformation. Right, Honorable Speaker, I so present. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You know, this is the most watched budget.